Good morning. First things first. Again, we got into a Tesla trade as soon as the market opened up. And I'm about to sell it as we speak. Up 21%. Alright, so these up 21. The AMD stuff, we might have to just let it go. It's still up right now, but I feel like the expiration is just too short. It's for the 3rd of July. This Tesla trade is doing its thing. All right, again, we're going to sell Tesla now. I just put in my limit to sell it. Let's see if it sells it fast. Yeah, we're up a really good amount on that. 35% now. Again, I want to get rid of this before it hits 325. It's probably going to sell me out before then, hopefully. Oh, yeah, we're good. So now I have a little bit of some extra capital here. The AMD trade is still up. The MSTR calls are down right now. We're not going to add any more to this one. We're just going to take that full loss, worst comes to worst. Intel, I'm still trying to buy up the rest of the calls right now. And then once Tesla hits 325, I'm going to instantly short it. Tesla's almost there. Come on, Tesla. Almost there. I think it's in the middle of them, actually. Wait a second. Yeah, it is. 323. That's what it did yesterday. Yeah, literally, that's what it did yesterday. Why do these boxes look all messed up? Give me 1 second. That should be good enough for now. Again, we sold out of the Tesla already before it hit that $10 number. just to play it safe. And so far, it's working out. I still want to see if it's going to run up here. And then we're going to short it. RDW. By the way, SPY should run up. Should have mentioned that a little bit earlier, but again, we should run up. That's why we're playing the calls across the board with some of these names. We still got some puts on the board. However, we're mostly focusing on the calls right now, since it's shorter term, right? The market might just fill that gap to the downside. I'm looking at 597 puts just to try to see if we can fill this little gap that we have right now. We do have another gap up here, so let me show you on Webull. Let me show you what it looks like. Ready for this? Let's check it. Continue. Alright, SPY, yep, to the 15-minute. Take this off. Actually put that back on. Go to the 5-minute. Now take it off. That gap was filled, that gap was filled. There still looks like there's a gap here. Yeah, you have a big ass gap right here. You did not fill this. So that's about a $2 gap above you at 603. I don't know why it's not popping up on none of my screens. This one pops up, but the other one is, yeah, I'm not too sure. So let's go ahead and load this up here. Just like that. Click not now. The next thing you could do here is go to the top here. Go right there. That's another gap. And you filled half of that one. Yeah. $230. I was like, what is that sound? Why does it sound like there's a... like a cat or something going crazy. Let me go ahead and actually go here. Let's check something. Okay, we're up 70,000 on this one trade here, so I'm gonna close it out soon. My stop loss is knocking on its doorstep. I'm gonna put it as close as possible. I'll raise the take profit a little bit. Alright, we're sold. Again, remember this trade we bought over here on the purple. We just sold it right there the next day. And boom, halfway point. Right? 50% point, remember that. Now what you could do is you could play puts going right back down to the purple. Let's see, what reversal point are you on right now? Let's go to the 5 minute. Alrighty. So we're about to be at number 4 here. Again, you're about to hit reversal point number 4, so we're going to start looking at the shorts. Just give it a second, everybody. Give it a second. We're about to enter into these. Everybody can see what I'm doing, right? You can see how I just shorted it right here at the top, right next to number 4. And as you can see with the amount of capital that this account has, of course this is paper, right? Well, with just this amount of capital, you're already up 7,000, 6,000, 1,000. Now you're down 1,500. You might even go down maybe 30,000, 40,000. What we want to do with this is we simply just want to show you how just buying at an area that's next to a reversal point, how it always just works out. So in terms of a stop loss or a take profit, let's see, how do I do it? Did I just switch it? I think I just switched it. Actually, no, we're good. Yeah, I think I just messed it up. All right, so let me redo that again. I wish you could buy more of them quicker. All right, there we go. We got everything we need. Let me zoom out for a second. Am I bugging? Or is this not working right now? So we're already up 20,000 on that play right there. I'm just trying to figure out, how do you put your stop loss on this? Take profit is at 596. Let me see. Take profit is where? It should be 598. 598. Is it me, or did the take profit thing just disappear? Because right here you drag this and boom, now you have a stop loss. But it's just not popping up on the thing. Let me see. I gotta be doing something wrong. Yeah, there you go. See, it pops up over here, I guess. I don't know why, but 598. So we should play to like right here. That's basically what we want to do here. I think that's good enough. We don't gotta do nothing else. We can modify the stop loss, I guess. But again, you guys know I don't like having tight stop losses. So we'll probably just leave it somewhere close, right? Again, our Unity trade is also going up as well. As you can see, we're now up 40,000. So remember, in the morning we made 70,000. Just entering off of certain points and certain levels. As you could see, up 34,000. Up 35 now. So let's go ahead and put some stop losses. There's no need to waste that, you know. SPY just got bought up right there. Where is it? Oh, 42,000 now. Uh-oh, where's the other damn picture? Is it here? Is it here? Where did I put it? I think I put it here, and then it was a SPY chart. Yes. Alright. Stop loss can now be modified. And we could leave it right there. So that would be 16K profit. That's 18. That's 24. That's 41K profit. That's 70K. So the second we hit 40, which was half of how much we made at the top, we're just going to move this stop loss really tight and really close. Of course, by now I would have originally sold out. But we're going to play with the market a little bit here. Make it a little bit more fun for ourselves. Again, this is off of reversal point number 4, which is this one right here. Just robotically trading, everybody. Let's see if it's still going to run up a tiny bit more. We're still at the midpoint. That's perfect. So yeah, we'll see if you can drop down to 625. 625. Once you get above number 4, of course, according to the rules, as long as you're playing upside, you could play to number 5, and then you got to watch out for a quick reversal at number 4 and number 5, or you could say in between them, or above number 4, below number 5, somewhere in between that little mess. That's what you're looking for. By the way, the Intel trade is also running up really nicely here. For Intel, what the game plan is, honestly, it's just to hold this for a couple days here. On the smaller account, we're going to sell it though. We're just waiting for this thing to go up like 50%, 100% on Intel. Let's take a look at Intel real quick. Just to show everybody what I'm talking about. Reversal 4 is on the 8th point. I'm not. What do you mean the 8th point? Okay, Intel is still running up here. You're still at 21.35 now. Oh, between the 1/4s? Got it, got it. That's perfect. That lines up really nicely, actually. Let me check that. Nice call out, John. That's 605. Okay, for Intel, I'm automatically putting my stop loss to sell it at 100% just in case I miss it. Just letting everybody know. Putting my stop loss to sell it at 100%. Or basically my limit. Not really a stop loss because it's still not at that level. So yeah, just a limit. Limit order. Let's see what's going on here. SPY still stuck on number 4. What time is it? It's 10:48. Let me see. All right, this is what we gotta do here. This is what we gotta do. We're gonna wait for this, but then I want to get into a trade on. By the way, look at the Tesla idea that we had this morning. Buy puts at 525. The second you hit 525, right around there, you fell straight down to 322. Not 525, so 325. You fell straight down to 322. And again, the options that we normally buy are one strike out, 10 days out. So as you can tell, you would have moved around 2 strikes. You would have paid $1,100 and probably sold it for around $1,300 to $1,400 each. So that right there is another W. And the reason why we knew that was going to happen was because of where you opened up at. You understand? It's all just robotic. Same entries that we've been getting into for over a year now. I think we just hit a... Did they just sell our SPY at? I think they just sold our SPY. Wait a second. Uh-oh. I didn't want to sell yet. That's all good. Alright, so we're up 55,000. As you can see, now we're going to move our stop loss entirely. Straight down. So no matter what, I'm getting kicked out at 48K. In the green. There you go. Kicked out. Let this get bought up now. And we're going to go short again at the top. Same location we went short. We're going to do it at the same spot. If not, maybe a little bit higher. You never get an entry where it's the same location. I've been watching people do that the last 2-3 weeks. Never buy something if you already profited with that certain entry. I'm telling you, it's not a good idea. Yes, it might work out the second time. Maybe it might work out the third and fourth time. The fifth time, you're going to be thinking it's going to work out. Or you're going to think it's going to, work out properly, but it's not. I can tell you it's not. So, whenever you have an idea, just make sure you only enter into it once when the market does it. So, for example, Tesla, right? I didn't get into the Tesla put. So, am I going to get into a Tesla put here? No. Even if it runs up, a little bit more, am I going to get into that? No. The only way I'm going to get into a Tesla put is if it hits structure points now, which is like the top of 326. So, if it hits 326, then I'll get into a put. The first put play was 325, and you could have held it for however long you wanted it. You going up a strike or 2 strikes into the money. No, yeah, I think you can obviously tell you're going to make a good amount. Even if you bought a 3-day or a 2-day, whatever Friday is, you're still going to see that same type of idea unfold. Remember, tomorrow the markets are going to be closed. So again, the stock market will be closed tomorrow. Let's go check number 4 now on the reversal points. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so we're running up again. We already claimed profit. Usually that's how quickly you would sell your options as well. I kid you not. That's the reason why when I see people hold, they're holding for way too long. By the time you're up 20% with $10,000 or $5,000, you're going to be up, a pretty good amount. A pretty good amount very quickly. So you don't have to stick around. And then when you have, let's just say 20,000 in your account from 10,000 after, of course, maybe putting 5K on the board at a time, you sell it for 500 profit. You do it again next week. This time you sell it for 700 profit because you could use a little bit more money. The week after that, now you're selling everything for 13, 14, 1600 per day. It's just slowly increasing normally. If it's not increasing for you, it's because you're getting scared. That's all that means. Because as you can see, when you're trading, it's no emotion. Obviously, right? And I know this is the TradingView paper trade thingy. Same thing. It's the same thing. We're still buying at the right locations. We're still selling at the right locations. It's a spitting image of exactly how we play every day. So again, let's see if this is going to fall down to number 3 now. Once you hit number 3, we'll see if it's going to hold bounce up to number 5. If not, it might just continue to crash straight down on the opposite side of the board all the way out the sky. And I'm pretty sure you all saw, but if I would have held it the whole entire way, let's just say if I was thinking this is going to hit number 4 or 5 down here, and I wasn't going for a tiny little scalp, if that was my intention, I would have waited. You're never going to hear me double back and be like, oh man, I should have held it. Oh man, I should have sold it. Oh man, I should have. That's all you're going to say is I should have. So do whatever your gut feels, of course, right? There's no need to rush a single thing. I already have everybody positioned for this market. We all have some nice options. You're not rushing nothing. The news is at 2 p.m. So again, from here till then, the only thing you should be doing is finding oversold plays like BABA, like Unity, like Intel. So again, everybody, if you want to do something right now, just find some oversold plays. It could even be something that's overbought. Because trust me, like people are scared to buy stuff when it runs up, but we know how to trade it. So if it's something overbought, that's also fine because we could play some puts on it. We're not going to go as heavy in terms of a put. Why? Because the market normally heads up higher. Every single market, I mean, not every single market, but most markets are in fact very bullish. It's not 50-50. If you think a market is 50-50, that's the reason why whenever you play options such as calls and puts, that's the reason why you can never figure it out. Because it's not 50-50. The market's always like 60-70, bullish percentage, and the rest is just, negative pressure. Why do you think the SPY has ran up since 2008? Right? Even considering the COVID crash, is SPY still higher than that? I'm sure you would agree that yes, it is. So right then and there, that tells you a market's not overly bearish. If you're looking at the Forex markets, however, you could kind of say that, it's at the halfway point. 2008, you had a high on Forex on the Euro USD, and all the way till, the inauguration, which was on the 20-something, then you started getting a shakeup in Forex's price action, right? So what I want you all to do here, again, is take things very slow. Everybody has everything positioned. Remember, we got those calls yesterday. Where's the market in terms of where we're at right now, right? Higher, right? It's definitely higher. So as long as you keep getting into plays like this and you wait the next day, get into your trade around 1 p.m. today, start understanding how you could predict the market the next day before it even happens, just like how we do it every day. Because remember, you have my formula. You have everything I have. The only thing that's a missing component is you not being scared and you being confident. That's really it. Because then you would enter into these trades with your whole entire account, if not half your account, if not a quarter of your account. And within a couple of days, 6 days of you being here, you would change your life. Don't get too comfortable. Remember that. Do not get too comfortable, especially with me. You already know I'm not going to let that slide. I can't. It's not right if I do. So, yeah. Just look for some oversold names. You guys got this. It's not going to be that hard to find it. If I, let's just say, pull up a screener on my Webull, and I screen for companies that have at least a $1 billion market cap, or let's just say $100 million market cap, you can then start screening exactly, I think they let you screen the shares. I know they let you screen the market cap, and you can also screen the cost of the stock. And if you guys want to do that, you could do that. I have no problem with that. It's just make sure you're not buying something under $10. Do not buy something under $10 or $15. If the stock is like 13, I mean, you could buy something under 15, like 11, 12. That's fine with me. A lot of companies are around that number. But don't buy nothing $5, $3 until we start doing research for those companies and I give you the green light. Anything else, I'm telling you, I wasted so much money dumping it into these useless plays. They were $3, $2, $1, and they did go up, but I wasn't trying to sell it. I was trying to wait and wait and wait. And those are not the companies you do that with unless you're looking for like a Tesla type of a play, right? Which is not hard. Think about it. Palantir just did the same thing Tesla did, right? So if Palantir was a company that IPO'd not too long ago and you had the same type of returns as something as amazing as Tesla, well, not really, not yet, but you did have amazing returns on Palantir. If that's the case, what you could see happen here is another company do the same thing. There's always going to be companies that get bought up from $10 to like 60, 70. It's always going to happen. Especially with biotechs, it's especially prevalent there. So remember, don't play with biotechs. Don't play with $5 stocks, penny stocks as they call them. Once they get over $5, not really a penny stock no more. So, yeah, $6, $7, $8. I'll let you trade. It just has to be a good company. But make sure you send it all into the Discord so everybody can see it. Make their charts. We need everybody doing their DARP whenever they get a chance. You already have the DARP for Tesla. So, next couple days here, we'll see who has the DARP for Tesla. Just to make sure everybody's keeping up with everybody and everybody's on the same page. Other than that, there's nothing else we gotta do here, you know? There's literally nothing else. We already made all the, I mean, just look at how green that is right there. 218,000 right there. Right? Of course, it's counting the negative, right? We were down like 60, I think 100K in the morning. I think it was like 60, 70K. We were down. But, yeah. We're going to give this market a second. Again, we're already profitable. We already did something right. Normally, when SPY touches reversal point number 4, it doesn't want to move no more for the rest of the day. So that's what I'm telling everybody. Technically, SPY's already done for today. Technically. Of course, the news is going to speed it up and drag it somewhere, which is what we're playing for. For some reason, I feel like they're going to bring the market up. They should shut the market out the sky when FOMC happens. They should do that right now. And then I'm going to have everybody positioned into some nice puts. But if they don't shut down the market, that's the problem. This thing might just run up to like 618. You know? All that pressure just might get unloaded into the SPY. But since the market wasn't running up the past couple days before FOMC, like these days right here, since you weren't running up, what that tells me is that the market's most likely going to fall out the sky here. Most likely. So as long as everybody's listening to what I'm saying here, of course, you're going to understand how to position yourself a couple weeks out. So look for some puts a month out, 16, 18 days out. And when I give you the green light to buy it, you could just buy it. Remember, as long as the strike price is not too far, like a 580 or a 570, you're good. Just make sure it's not like a 540 or a 520 because those options are going to be too much money. Unless you have $1,000, $2,000 that you can have on the board, I would say, yeah, you should do it. But not yet, of course. Wait for 605 or 609. If the market just crashes out the sky right now, the only thing I could honestly say is if you want, you could lock in a $200 put now. If not, maybe a $50 put. If you lock in something for $50 and the market collapses, I'm just letting you know you're going to make like $600, $700. So you don't got to put a lot of money on the board right now. You never do. Don't believe you do? Because those gains are for the slow days. Today's definitely not going to be a slow day. It can be, though. Like, what if the news is very weird and odd and it's something we didn't expect and nobody expects and it breaks predictions or estimations? That could definitely happen. And you get a flip in the reactions. Aside from that, though, it looks like the market, again, is going to collapse from the sky. If you're trying to buy a SPY put right now, it's not a bad idea either if it's a 0 day. But remember, your value is going to get destroyed by the time it hits 2 p.m. So you're probably going to have no value if you try to buy it right now. Does that make sense, everybody? That's why I'm suggesting to wait until about 1 p.m. Maybe 1:30. And then what I'm going to do is every 15 minutes, I'm going to update you in terms of what the market's going to do. Because every 15 minutes, once FOMC begins, it's a whole different trend every single time. And the amount of value that gets applied to the market is so extreme. Those cheap options, they will fly up into the sky within a couple of seconds. So you got to be quick with the selling as well. It's back and forth, calls and puts, then calls and puts, then calls and puts. That's how you have to do this. Of course, every single time you're getting a call and put, as long as you're following my guidance, you're not going to get messed up. Because look at that. You think I'm going to buy a put down here when I just made money on number 4? Absolutely not. You have to be, insane to be doing that. And I know a lot of people do that. That's why I want to highlight how to trade every single day now. I'm going to show you how I do it. I'm going to show you what you should do. Hopefully we have a day where the trade goes against us. Hopefully, because that's the only way we're going to get better. If a trade never goes against us, it clearly means we're at a certain level where we can retain that type of profit, and it's just going to make us more comfortable. But again, I don't like comfortable stuff, you know. Being comfortable was not the reason as to why I got to this level. It was not. You know what I mean? So yeah, as long as you guys are not comfortable here, just make sure you slow it down. See if the market's going to run up to number 1 or number 4, or, you know, fall down to number 1, or if it's going to run back to number 4, and then once it hits number 5, we'll get into another trade. Again, I don't care what the market does. I don't care if the market falls out the sky and I had puts. If I'm still thinking about the past, you're always going to stay in the past. Got that, everybody? That's how you're supposed to work with this. Remember, no regretting, no regretting, no regretting. You make a decision, you go with it. If it fails, look at it, understand it, break it down, and make sure it doesn't happen again. If you still don't understand why it occurred, just ask for a one-on-one or call me. You could literally, you all have my number. You know that, right? You all have my number, so make sure whenever you need help, you ask for it. I had another conversation with somebody a couple days ago, and the main issue of the conversation was they didn't ask for help at all. Like, at all. They didn't know what to do, and they were aggressively playing, and we can't have a situation like that arise. Because if it's happening with one person, that means it's happening with all. Especially when I haven't had any one-on-ones with a single one of you this week, right? We got to do this every week. That's the only way you can be on top of your game and be at the top of everybody in terms of the trading ability. So remember, just take it slow. In terms of the puts, by the way, if you're going to get a 0-day put right now, if you want to be a little wild, maybe you have a little itch on your neck. That's okay. It happens to the best of us. What you want to do is, yeah, these options are way too expensive for 0 days. Yeah, this is like old prices now. You have a lot of value in this market right now. Let me check something. Let's check the max pain. Let's see where all the money is at. Say you have a lot of money on 590 puts. As you could tell, you have way more volume for puts. And that's for today. Again, everybody, you have way more volume for puts. Look at this. So maybe it's not just me thinking the market's going to crash. Maybe it's a few other people. But then on the 20th, you have a lot of calls. 134,000. Here, more puts. See how it cycles between calls and puts as I change the days? 25th, then the 26th. That looks a little weird. 25th. Look at these puts here compared to the calls. And now look at the 26th. That's oddly too close. I don't think I've seen something. I mean, I've probably seen something like this before, probably, but yeah, you could see how one person is playing both sides at the same time. That's the only reason why if you split it down the middle, it almost looks symmetrical with the left side and the right side. Of course, this is not symmetrical with these over here, these highs, I agree. But when you look at the middle here, it kind of looks a little bit like a flip reaction. Like the red is the same thing as the green, but coming in from the other direction. Which means that is structured buying. You don't normally see buying like this. This tight knit and close. Everything is usually spread out, kind of like this right here. This is normally what you see in the market. All the volume over here to the left, to the right, not just stuck right here in the middle. So it's kind of funny. Looks like the market is not wanting to move that much here. So again, if you have some puts, such as some SPY puts, remember the rules. If you're holding for 20% and you feel like you need to have 20% gains every day, just sell out. If you're waiting for reversal point number 3, you're about to hit it right now. So you could sell out again. If you're waiting for number 2, when it hits number 2, you better sell out. Don't wait for it to, even if it hits number 2 and wicks up quickly, market fill. Market fill, market fill, market fill. If you get the worst price and you don't get a good fill, so be it. Be quicker next time. Stop using excuses, right? Such as I'm having a problem with the paper trading stuff where since the account is so large, if I'm trying to buy 1,000 options of something, let's just say 1,000, you know, contracts of a certain option, it gets filled so poorly and so terribly that when I want to buy something, it's causing me to buy it at almost the perfect location, the perfect time. So the paper trading stuff is actually causing my buys to get more perfect, because I'm understanding that I need to have at least another 5-10 minutes for this thing to fill, just in case, right? It might not fill if I wait for the top and the market starts changing directions. I'm only going to have like 1 or 2 different contracts, not 1,000. I got to let it fill over time. So yeah, as long as you guys are watching the way I'm doing that as well. Remember, we're number 9 in the world right now. After today, we should be... Listen, I don't think these individuals are going to trade FOMC correctly. I'll be honest with you. I feel like 6 people are going to lose here. We're probably going to be on top of maybe number 3, number 4 in the world. And it's just because people panic. People panic. People always panic. People will always panic. I kid you not. So as long as you can control that and know when and where people are going to panic because of what, you can kind of, you know, slide into that flow and just nibble here and there. Call here, call put here, call there, put there. And that's really all I want you all to kind of try to do here. Just take things real slow. Also, I have another... Let's get into a bigger trade here with the competition account. Let's see what we could do here, everybody. Intel, we're still waiting for you. Come on, Intel. Come on. I want to see Intel at least like $22. It might even run to 23, hopefully. Fingers crossed. If anybody wants to buy into Intel, do I suggest you buy it when it ran up? Of course no. Right? You got to wait for it to come down, which is around 1 p.m., maybe 2 p.m., maybe even 3 p.m. And then you could just buy it up at that point. Remember, don't buy stuff when it's running up and it's at a crazy high. At least you don't do it for certain companies. For Nvidia, yes. For Nvidia, 100% you could do that. That's how you trade Nvidia. You're supposed to wait for it to show it's moving in one direction, and then you buy it or you continue to hop in. Kind of like yesterday or 2 days ago. Yesterday was kind of all over the place. This day right here, you would have, you know, seen this swoop up, bought into it, play a little additional run. But again, I don't like trading Nvidia like that. The way I truly like trading Nvidia is... Let's go to the 4-hour real quick. Again, everybody, what does this say for first entry for Nvidia? Nvidia's first entry for monthly puts is literally right here. So if you guys want to buy some monthly puts on Nvidia, it's not a terrible idea. Let's check what puts that I bought. I have no idea. I think it's like November, December. Let's check it. Microsoft put is also down $100. That's the one that expires next year. Okay, let's do this. Let's go here. Let's go to here. So the Nvidia trade is now down $60. We bought 5 of them for 1,000 each. They're $130 strike price. So again, the strike price is $130. Bought it up here. We're going to wait for it to drop down within the next 2 to 3 months, and we're not going to rush it. Going on to the next trade here. Let's look at another company real quick. And again, this is just the reality of it, right? When you get to a certain level and a certain point and your trading styles are that crispy, like a nice $100 bill, everything works. Take for example Baba. Right now I'm long on Baba. So I'm inside of the Chinese paper trading competition as well. And what we did was we just literally filled everything for Baba. I threw in the whole entire account to Baba here, and we're going to wait a couple days. If this thing jumps to 120, we're pretty much already number 1 in the world, which is crazy in terms of even China. So that's going to be pretty funny. I wonder if they go long, because they don't have that much companies. I mean, they have a lot of companies. Let me not say they don't have that much companies. They probably have more than the US. Like smaller like private companies and stuff like that. Not big cap stocks, of course. The US has the most around the world. Um, but yeah, I think this should be pretty fun. You should be able to take that number one spot up here. We can even go long on our other accounts as well, but I don't like playing the same name more than one time on more than one account. It's stupid to me. I could just find a whole different play, a whole nother stock, a whole nother ticker, and smash that thing out the park. Unity is almost, it looks like it's almost ready to buy. This slowdown right here tells me you're probably going to yank up to like $25 here. So what we could do is, let's scout out some Unity plays, everybody. We're not going to put too much into this because it's going to be more of like a test. Will it do that? I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. It just looks like that would be a really good point for you to run up into the price action. You can also fall to the 200, right, on the 4 hour. Look at how many times you did that before throughout history on Unity. So that might honestly be what it wants to do here. You might just keep slowly crawling downwards till you hit the 200, go a little bit below it, like 21. And then once you hit 21, which is what I told everybody to buy Unity at the other day, once you hit $21, you could buy into Unity. And you're going to be holding for it to run up into 28 or 33. And you're going to be holding this for a year, 2 years. Or, if you want, obviously, I know you all have eyes. You all can see. If you just cut up this mid portion and try to buy in here and make sure your strike prices are in here, you're going to be good. Because it's obviously going to happen. Look how many times this happened here. So you all have this potential. You all know how to do this. I just want you to recognize it. Take, for example, when I measure the top, it's just so weird how that perfectly went in the middle right there. Yeah, that's so weird. Normally, wouldn't have done that unless I did it like that and then went up to this top point, right? Let me see, how does that look? Yeah, it looks pretty nice. That looks really nice, honestly. That's like the whole entire range. So when it goes up here, you buy puts for it to fall down. When it goes down here, you buy calls. If you're in the middle, obviously, unless it's a little scalp play, you're not going to buy a single thing. Remember, it has to be a scalp play. Anywhere inside of here, unless you're buying at the bottom or the top. That's the reason why we never lose with our long-term options, because we're always doing this. We can easily see it. When we lose on a long-term option, you know what that means? It means that I probably didn't break down the range at all. That's the only thing that means and tells me. Which tells me, obviously, is that something proud? Are you happy about that? No, of course not. But that just shows you where you lack and where you need to improve. Would everybody agree? You know what I mean? It's fine to make mistakes. We're all going to make mistakes. It's just, don't make yourself feel stupid for it. You could blame yourself in the moment or for a second, but just don't keep blaming yourself. You got to love yourself and you got to treat yourself as if you're the best in the world. Honestly. And I don't mean to get philosophical or nothing, but truly. Just believe in yourself, I'm telling you. Alrighty. So, yeah, I would just do that with every company, how I just did it with Unity. We can go to Roadblocks. Oh my goodness, Roadblocks. Oh my goodness. This thing is still ripping up. This would have been a wild play. I never bought Roadblocks before. Besides when it was over here. I bought it over here somewhere. That's wild. You're literally right back at the highs. And remember, this is where I have your first out. I wrote this in, I don't even know when I made this chart. I'll be honest with you. I think in 2021, I'm pretty sure. 2021 or in 2024. Somewhere in between there I made this. Actually, no. I made this in 2024 when I was teaching you guys how to do this. CRCL is ripping up. Let's take a look at it, Danny. Let's go. Also, you know what I'm going to do here? How can I put a... I wish TradingView had a screener. Let's just bring up Webull for a second. Don't question how I said Webull. But let's bring up Webull for a second. And let's go ahead and go to my screener here. Do I have it open? I don't think I do. Let's go ahead and add a widget. Let's look for screeners, screener, trade, options, screener, turbo trader options. What the hell is that? Turbo trader options? Huh? Stock, financial markets, order flow, no, analysis, no, comments, general, screeners. There you go. Options screeners. Let's open both of them. So we got a screener and then we got an option screener. So it's a tech service and package software company. So I would probably have to look that up more. But like, who's a competitor of them, so I can kind of get an idea of what they do. If you don't mind looking that up whenever you get a chance, Danny. Thank you, doctor. And by the way, if anybody wants to do the same thing in terms of what Danny's doing, no, yeah, just give it a shot. Look for some nice companies. Let me hear what you think about it. Search up what that company does in terms of the sector in which they operate in. And yeah, that's all you have to really do. And then I'll chop up the market. I'll show you exactly how to trade it. Remember, this is a game of practice. The more practice you get, and the better your understanding is of these options and these plays, I mean, you're going to have a really good time here. So, practice, practice, practice. That's kind of funny, though, because if you, like, think about it for a second. If we know how to trade, right? Let's just say quotation marks in the sky, right? If we know how to trade, and that's what we think, if we could just look at a new name every single day and trade it, and always be profitable, by the 600th or 400th name that you see us trade, you're literally going to be a professional. You're going to probably know how to do it better than me. Probably before we even get to that point. But you have to understand, my experience and my knowledge and where I'm at is like it's like a car that's traveling through space and time. In order for you to catch up to me, the only way is to take it as serious as I did. And again, how do you do that? You just add as much information as possible. You fill in all those little bits of fog you have in your brain. You write down what you need to look up. You write down the videos you need to watch. You look them up on YouTube. If it's videos, of course, from the Discord or from me, I need to send Meech a video and I need to send Sarah a video. But again, if it's a video from me, just let me know. I'll remember it. I don't forget. Just sometimes I'm being thrown all the way around the board. So yeah, we're just going to fix that today in terms of my videos. But remember, write it down what you need. Break everything down with not a moment to spare, you know. Don't say you're going to write this down later, because I promise you, you're not going to write it down later. Okay, so let's look for these companies. Screeners. Market cap, 1 billion. I'll lower this. We could have something like 100 million. Actually, we'll just put it. What the hell does that mean? I don't know. Is that one? Okay. There we go, Danny. You need to play. You need to improve your thing. All right, let's look at Circle. Let's look at that first, real quick. Let's do it. Let's get you this play. You're like, feed me. I love it. All right, so for the Chinese stock competition, we're down 10,000. On the original competition, we're at number 9 right now. Let's blast to the top, everybody. So again, the first company we're looking at right now is CRCL. I think that's the name. Yeah, CRCL. Okay, so this company it just IPO'd a couple days ago. You're at 174. This is what you do, everybody. Quick, simple, easy, and nice. Ready for this? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to leave you with a cliffhanger. Count to 30 seconds, all right? Alrighty. So, this is what you do first, everybody. Let's go ahead and record this as well. Actually, I gotta figure out how to get another recording program. This thing is getting a little annoying. Okay, so back to what I was doing. Everybody's watching? Give me a thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? What happened? Stop crying. Don't mind the meows in the background. She wants to get out. Okay, so look. Watch what I do very closely. Everybody got that so far? Box from here to here. Extend it right. Next thing you're going to do, you're going to take another box. Go to the top point. Listen, I like using my magnet tool. I'm a little lazy, all right? If you want to be a little lazy like me, just turn on your magnet tool right here on the left. If you don't know how to turn on your magnet tool, the first thing I would tell you is please make sure you go to the Discord and watch my trading view videos so you can understand how to use trading view and all the things to favorite, all the time frames to add, all the tools to add, your watch list and all these names that we have on the side here. I already have videos breaking all that down. And remember, our watch list is growing by the day. We have about 600 companies that we've made charts for. We're almost done with the whole entire stock market. It's about 2,000 stocks. And we finished most of them in like the last probably like 3 months, 4 months. So we did a really good job the last couple months here. Has the profit been amazing? Have we turned into quadrillionaires or whatever you want to call it? No, of course no. But that doesn't really matter. What matters is the fact that we have so many companies that when we actually just turn on the button to trade everything, it's going to be insane. It's going to be like fireworks going off every single day. Speaking of which, 4th of July is coming up. So, again, I took this box from the top, I let it magnet to the top, and then I brought it down to the midpoint. Is it accurate? Probably not, because I didn't zoom in. But do we really care about that? Not really, honestly. We don't really care about that. So, the next thing we want to do here is we want to take this box and put it to the bottom. Just like that. Nice old copy and paste. All right. Go ahead and go to the top again. Put the box up here. Bring it down to that halfway point. And now put it right there just like that. You could put it to the left if you would like. Doesn't really matter. I just need you to be able to decipher what's going on here. What is this box right here, everybody? Is this the 1/16th point? Is this the 1/32th point? What point is this right here? So in terms of fractions, right? Break it down like a fraction. This is the full box. So half of the box, of course, is right here, right? But for this one right here, so you said half point at the top, then 1/4 in the middle. Pretty much excellent. So this right here would be the 1/2 point. Let me go ahead and fill it in now. That's the 1/2 point. This right here is the 1/4 point. So go ahead and fill that in now for me. There we go. There we go. 1-4. Excellent. Right here. What is this little box, everybody? If this one's 1/4, what is this one? $1/18. 7 out of 8. That's even. That's like real. That's real finicky, Danny. That's perfect. It is the 7 out of 8 point because there's 8 of these points in total, and again, this would be 1/4 right here. Go like this. So right there in the middle, as you can see, 1 box, 2 box. That's 2 in total. That's 3. That's 4. That's half. That's 5, 6, 7, 8. That's why it's 1 out of 7. So Danny's correct, but that's kind of funny he said it like that. We might have to start doing it like that, you know? But then again, I don't know. We'll have to see how we do it. I don't want it to be confusing for people. So again, put this at the bottom now, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that, and of course, like always, it's all going to fit. The next thing you need to do here now, because sometimes I like being complicated, is I'm going to put this in the middle. I'm then going to copy this to the right side. And then I'm going to copy the 1/8 points as well. Put that to the side right here. Same way I did it to the left side. All right. And then I'm going to double click this and move this to the left so I can easily see where my 1/4 points are at. Move this to the left. Now I have a grid. You want to see how wild this is? You see where this company ran to? Watch this. If I just copy this all and put it on top, does the company stop at a random point, ladies and gentlemen? Or does it stop perfectly in terms of what the dart captures? Stops perfectly, right? And that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, this stuff predicts the future all the time. Take, for example, I did Trump's stock when his crypto, whenever he first opened it. And look at how those charts are still working till now. Again, I only had a single hour to do these charts. And look at how it worked for like the days that were after. You gotta respect the DARP. You gotta respect the DARP. Come on now, Danny. So, as you all can see, let's go on the 45-minute. I gotta see something real close here. There you go. So look at how we basically were able to capture the future just from these boxes here. I just copied it amongst itself many, many times. That's all I did. So just getting these first boxes right down here, that's all I needed. Because as you can see, that's how big each box is. It's literally like tiny, tiny. And when I double it and triple it, look at that high right there. Look how close it is to this high as well. For me, I don't play for whole ranges. You're never going to see me do something stupid like that. That's like, again, somebody who has a ton of capital, a ton of time, and they're not worried about this hitting it right now. CRCP, is that what it is? I already forgot the name of the stock. What was it? CRCL. CRCL. Oh, this is not crypto. What am I doing? Go back over here. Let's go to Bitcoin. Let's go back to CRCL. So again, how do you play this? That's the hard part. How do you play it? Well, the best way I can explain to you to play it is when you hit a level, you instantly buy into the play. Meaning, if I'm running up into a new level, I buy a put. The second we hit a... What the fuck is that? What in the world? What type of fucking bug is that? Is that a grasshopper? That thing just climbed on the damn mic and almost touched me in the face. Alright, you bugging. You gotta stand back. That is... What is that? Yo! Is that a giant ass jumping spider? Oh my god, that's a big ass jumping spider. What is the protocol, ladies and gentlemen? What do we gotta do to solve this right now? Do I have to take out the vacuum? Oh man. You said a new pet? I have too many. You said relocation? Oh, what if it jumps? That shit jumps on me. I'm not scared of it, but I don't want it to touch me. I've never seen a bug like that. What is that? What the fuck? Oh my god, that motherfucker moves fast. Excuse my language. Yo. Yo. I'll send a picture right now. Let me see, what the fuck, where did he just go? Oh, that's a fucking spider. Yeah, that's a spider. What type of fucking... Oh my goodness. Spider, I'm sorry. I apologize, spider. really do apologize. All right. That was too big. If it was a smaller spider, I would have been chilling with it. It was growing him in a cave. He was in the wilderness training for me. Now I feel sad. It's alright. It's okay, everybody. We're all good now. We're all safe, alright? Alright, so again, we copy the boxes right on top. Once you get the midpoint, the first thing you're going to now do is, of course, you can start putting some of your buys and sells on the side here. Meaning, at the 1/2 point, because it's such... Yeah, that was insane. I don't know why they have a problem with going in front of my face. I don't know if it's because the mic is like a certain type of a light they're attracted to or something. But nah, yeah, like the spiders, they always just land right in front of me. Like 5 feet from my face. And normally I let them go. Like I let the big ones go, like the wooden ones. Like the skinny ones. But like that was like a juggernaut. He had like extra plates of armor on him. He might have had something in his back. I didn't know what was going on. Listen, that spider was not normal. But yeah. The next thing you're going to do is, of course, highlight these midpoints. Highlight that midpoint right there. You're going to highlight this point right here. Of course, you can highlight these smaller points, but let's not get finicky with it yet. Let's try to understand what's going on in the first place. You could put a point down here. These are your most important points, point blank. No pun intended. And if you get above 175, what does that tell you, everybody? It's bullish. So it's really as simple as that, honestly. The second you see it get to like 177, 176, you buy a call for it to run up to 185. That's what I do with Tesla, by the way. That's why my Tesla trades... That's why you haven't seen me sell a single trade for Tesla for a loss at all. Because every single time I hold Tesla, it's just for like a little tiny bit, like just like that. Let me show you. So again, this is the Tesla chart. When I bought calls this morning, I sold out the second you were about to hit 524, 525. I sold out at 522, 523. 322, sorry. 322 and 323. That's when I sold the Tesla. Yesterday, when I bought the Tesla, when did we buy it? I think we bought puts right here. So we bought puts at 320. Or was it the day before that? I don't even remember. We've been playing Tesla so much. Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. We were just playing with these points here. So like if I bought puts right here, I would sell at this line right here. So now Tesla's about ready to buy these puts again. So we can actually test it right now. Let me show you guys. Watch this. Ready for this? We got to start filling in it right now, though. So let's go to trade. Let's go to Tesla. At 326. We're going to go to puts. 9 days out. We're going to buy a 325 put. It's right in the money. I'm going to buy 164 options. That's 220,000. I just bought it right now. Again, the strike price is for 325. We just filled it. We got 9 now. Again, I want to get over 100 different options here, so let's see how fast I can fill. I only have 9 right now. Now I have 10. Now I have 21. That's 23,000 in total inside of Tesla now. So now if it falls, I'm not going to be mad. It's okay. We already have a good percentage as it stands. Now we got 23 in total. So again, I got to get 141 more. Hopefully Tesla doesn't fall. If it falls, you'll see what I'm referring to. Where I should have put that order, if I wanted to trade it, down here. So as it was running up, I can get into this trade ahead of time. However, I feel like you'll probably consolidate here. It's a little bit, late into the day. So I think we made a good decision waiting a couple seconds there to buy. I think it'll play out in our favor. The only problem is what if we get above 326? That's when it's going to get dangerous. That's when you would just be like, all right, you know what? I'm just going to stop out. But most people, they're not going to give it an opportunity. Remember, we have 9 days of time to this. You don't got to rush. Even if you're down 50%, as long as you have time, right? And the bigger trends are not taking over, which they're obviously not right now. Then, again, you take a step back. for now, how much options do we have of Tesla now? We have 40 now, so that's $44,000. Let's see if we can keep getting filled here. Now we have 43. Come on, keep filling it. Buy it all up. Hurry up. We're already up 1,000 on the Tesla trade. So if you want to take some capital, it's literally that easy. Of course, you're putting 200. I mean, no, we didn't put 200K yet. Now we have 100K inside of it. So yeah, at 44K or at 40K, just a couple wicks is a few $1,000s, just like that. Which is kind of absurd, you know. The Intel call, we're still waiting for it. It's for a $20 Intel call that expires in about 39 days, 36 days, something like that. Again, everybody, we're number 10 in the world. Let's see how fast we can get to number 1 now. I don't know how much days we have left for this competition, so I kind of have to speed up the process a little bit here. The Tesla trade, we're up 2,000 already. I think we got filled with all of our options, pretty much all of them. We have a majority of them now. Let's see if it could still fill the rest. Yep. It's filling a little bit more now. Now we have 120. Right, Danny? Nah, yeah, it's been really slow. Ever since you hit the 4th reversal point, the market, again, just slowed down. I know it was so annoying. When I was trading in 2021 and in 2022, imagine waking up at 10 o'clock and SPY already did a $3 move. Yeah. And now you wasted the whole entire day. Imagine that. Now, since the market's a little bit faster, there's more opportunities for you guys. Way more than I had. This is like, I'm telling you, this is ridiculous. This market compared to 2021 is like ×5 or ×6 in terms of the momentum. The way these options are moving, it's really easy now to get 1,000% or 5,000% on something. It's really not that hard, honestly. Take, for example, the Euro trades, right? Ladies and gentlemen, how do you think the Euro trades? By the way, Tesla's starting to go out the top right here. So this is getting very dangerous here. I like how it just filled the rest of my contracts right there. That's awesome. There we go. It filled me at a really good point. So there you go, everybody. So see, waiting a little bit does actually work out. If it would have fell out the sky, no, yeah, it would have been sad, of course. Right? But it didn't. It's still holding here for a reason. It's still at this location for a reason. It's not just randomly here. And as long as I know that, I'm not playing emotionally. You know, now if it runs above, what do? I'm just going to leave it for a second. I have 9 days of time. If something happens and Tesla just gets bought up, of course, if depending on how fast you run up, if you run up to, let's just say, we opened up at 315, right? Meaning if you go over 330, which is just in a couple of dollars from here, we could then start to play with more capital up to the call side. So while we still have the puts, we're going to be nibbling at the calls. Get it? But we're going to wait for 330. Because 330, 332 is the next line, basically. You also have a line in between that, which is around 329, which is only $2 from here. So again, now on the Tesla puts that we bought, just so you can have an idea, putting 200,000 into this trade, currently because of that little wick right there, you running up this much, the options are now down $10,000. So remember, we were up almost 2,000. Now we're down $10,000, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and take a picture for you. All right, took a nice picture. I love taking pictures when I'm down, because when it flips, it's just like it proves the level of just knowledge that you're at. You know what I mean? It just, because everybody's always just like, maybe today I'm going to do bad, or maybe today I'm going to fail, or maybe today I'm going to, until you get to the point where you see yourself do something so many times that you're just like, nah, yeah, I got it. I got it now. Take, for example, a CRCL. We could get some puts on this for a drop down to here. That's not a stupid idea because it hasn't even fallen out. Actually, no, let's do that. Let's look at CRCL, and let's play some puts on this. When the whole entire market's probably trying to play calls. That's the way to do it, everybody. Baba's still down 13,000. I'm trying to get filled on 1,300 more shares. So again, I have 7,200 shares in total on Baba right now, and I'm trying to get to 8,500. Once I get to 8,500 shares at $114, $112, my goal is to sell Baba for 150, which will take my account from 900K, and it'll take it to around, I think, like 1.6 million, 1.5 million, something like that. We'll figure it out when it happens. That's like an estimate, you could say. Tesla's now acting right. Who's above me on this challenge? Let's see. What's their gains like? Number one is losing. So number one in the world, he got a really good gain from one company, and he's starting to lose his capital already. He was up 1,700%. Right now, he's only up 1,300%. So he lost about 400% right there. If he can't control himself today and tomorrow, I'm telling you, he's going to lose more. It's literally a domino effect. So what we had to do is we got to make sure we scout the competition, make sure we see how quickly they're gaining something. What if they have something in the back pocket for like the last couple days of the challenge, and it like storm past us, right? We wake up the next day and we're number like 10 or something. Imagine. So what I want to do here is I don't want to just be number one. I want to be up like 5,000, 6,000% here. Right now we're only up 186%. Because we wanted to show you guys that if you're not trying to take a loss, if you're trying to take things slow, you're not going to take a loss. Especially when you have a good amount of capital. You're just going to nibble at the market, really. So again, we'll wait here. Tesla's going to explode soon, so that's the only problem, by the way. You see how the ranges went from being so quick? You're up here, now you're all the way down here, now you're quickly up here, now you're down to here, now you're back to here. Now it's moving a little bit slower. Now it's stuck in the same range. So it might want to break out right now. Who knows? But again, if it breaks out, it breaks out. We'll mark that as a mistake. Maybe that will be our first loss. Maybe. We'll have to see. If it is, it is. If it's not, so be it. Because again, you're just playing with the DARP. You're just playing with structure at this point. Take, for example, you know the Euro trade, everybody? Everybody, you know how I told you to go long on Euro? The reason why I told you to go long on Euro is look at my chart. Is it at a random location? Did the European market just randomly fall out the sky? No, it did not. It fell right into the palm of my hands. That's where it fell. Just like it always does, right? Just like over here, when it runs up above this, falls down straight to the bottom of this box, holds. Now you're starting to slowly staircase first the midpoint, back down to the quarter point down here, then to this quarter point up here, then back down to the midpoint, then at the top. So it's like a progression system, you know? That's always how it is. Now you're hitting the top. Now you're going lower. So now this doesn't look good right here. This is like your first bit of negative pressure, which might mean the market might collapse right back down to this red line. However, because of the information, because of FOMC, because of what's going on with news and events and all this other jazz, I'm thinking that this market's going to hold here and make a new high. Just like how it was able to make that new high a couple of days ago. Again, we knew it was going to happen. By the way, I'm already long from down here. I'm long from right here. And I rebought into more longs here. I didn't sell the first one because I wanted to see how much I would make from it. And it was pretty good. From just $9, it turned into $21. And that's kind of insane, because if you could do that within one trade, and you could do this on Sunday or, tonight when the market is still open, you could literally trade European currencies all the way till Friday. And then on Sunday, you could trade them again. So imagine if you could make your money for this week in terms of bills or in terms of what you had to pay from just trading Forex. Which again, everybody, Forex is usually doing the opposite to SPY. So if you know what SPY is going to do, truthfully, there's no reason why you shouldn't play another market that's the opposite. That's also open when the SPY is not open. This literally allows you to now play news. You know how news drops at 8 a.m. or 6 a.m.? If you can't play futures because you don't have a couple thousand, I'm telling you, start trading Forex. It's easier than options. I'll put it to you like that. Forex is way easier than options. I literally have never put money into the app. Not once. No matter how much times I destroyed my account, I took my account from $5, $10 to $400, $300, $200 multiple times. And not once have I had to re-put into, re-add money into it. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in adding too much capital into an app. That makes no sense. To me, that tells me that you don't know what you're doing. Because if I have $1,000 in my bank account, there is no reason why I shouldn't be able to put $100 into the stock market and make back $1,000 within a week. There's no reason why not. If you're just like, all right, let me put the whole entire 1,000 into the market. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Trust me, the universe is going to burn you. Trust me. When you do it real slow and you're just like, let me hold myself back. Let me hold myself back. Let me get, just a little bit of something, something. The universe always rewards you. I would say. Because then, it's not really always the universe, let's just say. If we're actually breaking down to the logics of it, psychology, in terms of how your brain thinks, once you think like that, it changes your functionality. That's the way I look at stuff. So thinking like that causes you to think a certain way. Look at those plays, Danny. Intel paper trade. Let's check that actually. Let's see how that's doing. Intel. I think I got mine too far. I think mine is too far. It's not gaining nothing. By the way, my other Intel for my small account, we had $25 in this account, and this account's already almost at $45. Basically 45 right now. Let's take a look at Intel to show everybody how I knew Intel was going to run up. You're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe it, ladies and gentlemen. If I show you that the DARP worked with Intel right now, what would you say? How would you feel if I told you the DARP was the one reason why we're trading Intel? Look at this, everybody. I have a little hidden DARP in the background. Nobody could tell. It's a little secret one. Ready for this? Watch this. Watch. I'm telling you, watch. Calm down. It's okay. Just watch this. This is going to be cool. When I zoom into this chart here, and you look at where you're at right now, the midline right there is your main point of reference. Right, everybody? That is the 1/8 point. That is DARP. So if I cut this up here and I go like this, and I do a little bit of this, and I do a little bit of that, and I put this line at the top just like this, go figure. No wonder Intel's blasting above this point here, which means, theoretically, it should be able to blast up a little bit more, maybe to like right here, 2190 before it slows down. So I think we should hold this for a few more minutes, if not a few more days. How long do we have on these options? It's 10 days out, right? So yeah, I think what we do right now, wait. First things first, Intel's supposed to hit $22. So again, Intel's going to hit 22 again, maybe like 22 flat, 2190. So once it hits 2190, everybody here is going to put a stop loss. That's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to make sure we never take a loss on these trades, because we were down last night when we bought the Intel, and now our account is already up 20%. What else do we have to do here? Let's go ahead and look at the RDW trade. It was up 300K this morning. So the $1 million account was at like 1.5 million. Right now I fell about $193,000. We still have plenty of time on these options though, so we're not going to rush it. And on the China account, we're playing with the Chinese stock account. Again, I want to be number one across the board with everything. And I think all you should want to do that too. You should want to compete with me. Because listen, let me tell you, there's nobody in the world that really competes with me. Honestly. So I'm telling you guys, you have an opportunity, and you're gonna pass with flying colors. Let me tell you. You might even be number one. Like Johan right now, I believe he was at like 500,000-600,000 from just 100,000. So he's probably like number one right now in terms of the Discord. Who else is above me right now for the paper? I think Johan's the only one. And let me tell you, Johan's been on his game. Ever since last year, he was always calling out trends days and weeks ahead of time, looking at the FOMC, looking at events, all because he just really wants to try, you know? He wants to take himself out of his current situation and put himself into a whole better situation, which is what he truly deserves, right? Which is the same thing for everybody else. Not getting, you know, psychological or philosophical, I guess. But, no, yeah, take your time. I'm telling you, do the paper trades, do the Forex trades, do everything you see me do. Draw your charts, draw the DARP, and you're going to be good. It's going to be a walk in the park for you, ladies and gentlemen. A absolute walk in the park. Okay, so this is what I want to play for next. When you ran up here, you ran up right by this level here. So I just want to see somewhere in the middle. 2190. If it stops right here, right now, it might not be that good, ladies and gentlemen. You might have to wait for this. But this does look like it's curving up, right? It looks like it's like doing something like this here. Let me turn that on so you can see it. Everybody, you see that, right? You see that blue line I just drew? It looks like the market is doing that right there. Which means that it's going to probably blast to somewhere up here. Which means I just need to make sure everybody here has calls for Intel and you hold it. Just have the call for Intel and hold it. Just hold it. Don't hold it. Hold it. I'll tell you when to sell it. Last time the market moved so quickly that when we were normally hitting our level to sell, those things went up like 700%. I remember I was only looking for 100 to 200% and they went up 700. So what I'm thinking right now is most likely that's occurring because truly the market's going to flip Intel. That's the only reason why gains and values get shot into contracts that quickly. It's because big money is scared they're going to miss their opportunity. So they literally just fill it. So yeah, the calls are a little bit, it's like kind of one-sided right now. It's kind of like the calls, whenever it's about to run, and it's like, it's like everybody throws their money into it real quick. If it runs out of momentum and the bigger players stop playing, everybody just pulls out real quick. That's what they're doing right now. So what I would do if I'm you is just have a play that's 6 months out, 3 months out. They cost 60, whatever you could spend. Just make sure it's something that's in this range here, which is like up to 23 or 24. And you're going to be good. You said coins ripping. God damn it, Danny. I think I should have just traded MS coin instead of MSTR. I don't know nothing about MSTR. So for anybody else who's trying to trade MSTR, do not trade it at all. I do not like the trends right now. Coinbase is the winner here. So MSTR was the loser. We'll make sure we remember that. Coinbase was the winner here. So everybody, you see what I see, right? You see how I see this market's like slowing down and it's like about to rip up to these same highs that it was once at over here. It's most likely going to rip up into here. So as long as you're buying somewhere in the middle, which is where we're currently at, you can actually still buy right now if you want. But if you're down tomorrow, don't come crying to nobody. Especially if you don't have money to average down, you know what you shouldn't do, which is buy when the market runs up. Wait for the perfect time. What is the cat doing? She's running around with a stick. What the hell? Where did she even get that from? How can she even carry it with her mouth? Do you hear her? She's dragging it around the room. Yeah, MSTR is real sad, honestly. I have no idea what the... I don't know if it was because they bought Bitcoin. I think they bought Bitcoin the other day. But yeah, honestly, I don't really care. I don't like crypto. That's also another thing that I should remember. That's one thing that you should always remember. When you say you don't like something, you still trade it. You got to write that down in your notes, ladies and gentlemen. That's something to remember. You made a mistake. So that's what we're going to do later today. We're going to write about the MSTR mistake. We did average down on proper levels. And we're still waiting. We still got time. But it's becoming dangerous now, so... It's all good, though. We already made that money back with the Tesla plays. So we're kind of still profitable, of course. Not on MSTR. We're negative on that now, but... on everything else, we're still really profitable. So, we'll see. Maybe MSTR still has an opportunity to flip. We still have time, like we said. However, we're down about 35,000 in total. And there's 13,000 left inside of the trade for capital. Again, that's pretty much how much I made yesterday with Tesla. So it's not bad. It's not bad at all. As long as we don't reset a week or two of progress, you can't really say it's bad. It's just a little bump in the road, really. All right, anyways, let's go back. Let's go over here. Let's go to coin. Remember, CRCL, Circle Internet Group. If you're trying to play calls, wait for it to get above 177 and then play calls for 185. If you're trying to play puts right now, it's an awesome time for puts, to be honest with you. Honestly, you know what? Let's try it. Let's test it. CRCL. I kind of want to play this. I don't think we traded something like this before, so this is going to be some good experience here. They don't have options? They don't have options. Or am I bugging? On Moomoo, it doesn't give me their options. Huh. Trade. Circle. Trade. Maybe for the paper trading, it doesn't allow you to trade a new company yet. Like that. That could be what it is. It shows me that it pops up, but it doesn't. There's no options thing on Moomoo. I'm not too sure. It was for paper too? Am I spelling this wrong? CRCL. CRCL. Click the options. No, yeah, look, let me send you. Let me send it to the Discord so you all can see what I see. So this is what I see, Danny. You played the options on Moomoo. And that was with the paper account, right? So I have no idea. They just don't let me do it on mine, I guess. You see how like the options doesn't pop up at all? All right. You guys want to see the Tesla trades? Look at the Tesla trade. Nah, yeah, I see what you mean, Danny. But yeah, it just still doesn't let me. Maybe if I enter on it with the other paper account, it might let me. Not my actual competition account. Or did you do it with the competition account or with the regular paper account, Danny? That can also be the reason. Competition? Nah, yeah, they're messing with me then. Yeah, it doesn't let me do it. Look. I'll go here. Oh, now it does. Wait a second. So what was I doing before? Click trade. Wait a second. What just happened? Click this. Go now. Options. That's so weird. Now it pops up with the options chain. Trying to make me look crazy, huh? Alright, so let's look at this. CRCL. Everybody, we're going to play puts right now. And we want to see the puts. Let's play for 166. So let's buy a 167 put. Actually, no. Wait a second. I don't like how much these contracts are up right now. Meaning the cost. Let's wait for this to dry up a little bit. Let's come back to this at the end of the day. There's just too much value in these options still. So again, everybody, we're going to come back later today. We'll see if that was the mistake. We'll see if it was smart just to play here. Regardless of so, what we could do is maybe just go short on TradingView. We could just go short here. Let me show you. Let's go to trading panel. This cat is insane. I think I made her too crazy. Oh no. She wouldn't let me sleep last night. She just kept attacking me all night. All right, we could enter into a trade here. We're going to buy some shares and we're going to short it. 1,000 shares to short at this price. Yes. And then anything else I should do? No. Take profit? No, we'll leave it. All right, perfect. Take profit is going to be right down here, everybody. So we should make around 7,000 from this trade here. And then for a stop loss, this is what I would do here. I would just put it for a little bit above here. You can also move your, I guess you can move the take profit down a little bit more if you want. You can move your take profit down to here. So again, we got into a short on circle just to show you how these DARP levels work. We bought in a put here. We're short. Let's see if it falls down to this 1/8 point, and then we easily sell out for a quick little gain. I don't think it edited my stop loss right there. That's fine. We'll leave it at this. Everything happens for a reason, right? That means it didn't fix itself for a reason. So let's leave it back at 7,000. Let's take a small little baby gain. We don't need to, you know, make the whole entire world. We're going to make a good amount of money regardless. The Tesla trade is also up $5,000. I think we were probably down like 10,000 right there. Again, we're up 5,000 already. My goal here is to see Tesla fall down to 323. So it's almost down here. Once it falls to here, we're going to stop out. Take a $10,000 to $20,000 gain. Our account is now at 300,000. So the Chinese, I have no idea what's going on with the Chinese competition. Is Baba just not moving? What is Baba doing? What are you doing over there, Baba? Come on now. You're messing this all up for us. Yeah, Baba's like real stuck. Again, if you want to buy Baba, you could buy it now if you really want to. Remember, this might fall out the sky. And in terms of how far it could fall to, if you fall below 112, you're going to fall to 105, 97, 92, 89, and then 77. All these yellow lines here directly correlate to the left side. So that's how I can confidently tell you this is where you're going to buy, because when Baba was down here in the first place, I told you to buy. We then told you your sell is going to be somewhere over. Let me go on the bigger scale so you can see it. Do I have it written on the side here? I don't have it written on the side. Maybe it's another Baba chart then. But as you can see, this is why I break your brain a little bit, right? Again, I'm going to break your brain. You guys see these lines to the left side, right? All I did was copy and paste them over here, and I got all these entries. Literally, the market's doing the same thing it did when it first IPO'd and it first ran up. It's doing the same trend down here. Again, showing you how we always predict the future months and years ahead of time. It's absurd, you know, to be able to do this, but the fact remains that we're doing it every single time. So we're definitely doing something correct, you know. So again, for the Tesla trade, we're up 5,000 still. I'm probably going to put my stop loss like right around here, 323. Because remember, I already made some money going up. I want to make just a little bit of something going down. Let's see, 325 now. So we're about to go in the money now. Now we're up 6,000. Let's see, how fast can we level up here? Who is number 9 right now in the world? Number 9 in the world right now. Number 1 keeps messing up. Number 1, stop messing up. What the hell? Why is he doing that? Now he's at 1,200%. He was just at 1,700. Remember, you got to take this serious, everybody. This is really a test of just knowledge, I would say. He has to stay number 1. Hopefully there's some more people that go up a couple more percentages as well. Again, so we're number 10 now. Number 9 and number 8 are right next to each other. So is number 7. So we'll probably blast straight through we'll probably jump from number 10 to number 5 in the world. With just this Tesla trade right here, as well as the next couple trades we're going to do throughout today. We'll probably be number 10 in the world after that. Because again, we're not playing with fire. I'm not doing something stupid. I'm playing with a strike price. This one strike out the money with 9 days of time. It's most likely going to just consolidate down here a little bit. Even if the market for Tesla is going to run up tomorrow, it doesn't really matter. The way we trade it and the way we buy stuff, it normally does those little bits of consolidation. So us making 6,000 like that, 10,000 like that, is how it should be going, honestly. This is the safest way to trade it. You're only in the market for a little bit, not for that long. And yeah, kind of kills the stress as well. So see how Tesla's still falling? That's awesome, everybody. Now we're up almost as much as we made with the calls already. We're already up 7,000. What is your problem? Can you stop eating the desk? Huh? Alrighty, look at this. Beautiful. So again, we'll give it a second. We don't got to stare at it all day. It makes it boring. It gets balled up to the sky. Imagine. Okay, let's look at another company. Circle, we already looked at this. We're down 4,000 on that Circle entry. You're above the midpoint now. So now you're at 177, which is where we told you. That's another level where you can continue playing the calls going up higher. So at that point, you would put your stop loss and you could sell out if you put too much capital in. Because I don't really care about the capital that I currently have in this app, let's go ahead and test this trade here for like another hour. And let's see how it goes. You know? Just because we can do it, let's test ourselves just to make our knowledge a little bit better. Now you're up to here, 177.69. Again, our stop loss is up here, but we're just going to go like that and throw it over there. That's all good. Again, you're not going to do this with a normal trade. You're going to sell out automatically. You would have been sold out, in fact. Or you do what I did and you wait for tomorrow. You always got to wait for the next day. The problem with these companies that just IPO is the next day could mean this thing's going to jump up to 260, 290, 300. That's what the next day could mean. So that's why this is a very risky trade. So we should be able to gain some good knowledge from this. Whether or not we fail or succeed here, we're going to gain something positive. That's all I know. Tesla trade is still going up. Now we're up 10,000 here. Come on, everybody. Don't take a loss. Do not take losses. Don't be scared to take a loss, of course, but don't force something that's unnecessary. He dropped again, number 1. I think number 1 might be playing Tesla. I don't know how to check their options. Let's check the weekly leaderboard. For the weekly leaderboard, oh yeah, we only made about 11% here. So we got to do a better job, everybody. We got to show the world we're number 1. Okay, so Tesla, we're still waiting. SMCI, we're still waiting. We're down 5,000 on that one trade. You know what we could do right now, everybody? What was the one name we forgot about? SPY. What is SPY? Oh, hell no. This looks terrible. You literally fell in between 2 and 1 and then you stopped? Oh, no. Let's wait for this to go right back up. And then we'll get some puts at the top. Let's go ahead and check the screener. Let's see if we could find any more companies that we could buy into. Okay, so let's see. What I would want is I want a company who is down percentage-wise on the year. So how do I check the yearly percent? Where is the year high? How do I find that? percent market cap. 52-week high. So actually, no, 52-week low. Let's look for companies that are at their 52-week low. We got this company here. It cost this is not bad. This was just $400 the beginning of the year. Maybe this is a tariff play. What is that company? RH? The hell is RH? Let's check. What is RH stock? RH stock. RH stock is what is this? RH is a where's your profile? Description information is not available. Huh? RH. Is this a government company? Corporate governance. Come on, Google. RH stock is Restoration Homes, is a luxury retailer and lifestyle brand focused on home furnishing. Why is it up? I mean, I guess it's been down for a long time, right? So it just running up right now is no surprise. I guess because it's the summertime as well. Kind of makes sense for it to. But then again, why would it die in December? It was also $700. What in the world? Yeah, 2021. No wonder. And then look how much they ran up here. Look how. Oh my God! Look at this consolidation. Look at this. You know how many entries you could have had off of this? You could have had your app just automatically buy and sell like every 2-3 weeks. These are like some of my favorite companies. But when it breaks below it, that's not a good sign. It might mean that this might continue to break. This has a lot of value to lose, let me tell y'all. So I wouldn't like this. No, it's at a 52-week low, but nah, I would not tell you to buy this. Unless it pops up above here, that little box right there, then we could play it. But that's still really risky, you know. We got to wait for it to jump in the box, fall down on the box, hold, double point of confirmation, boom, right back up to the top. That's how I would think. Let's go for the next company. I have no idea what this is. Alpha something. Fell from $400. There's like a whole section of the stock market that literally died because of tariffs. There's so many names we could probably still play right now. Weekly, what is this? When did it fall? It fell during December, November. So this was more so people cycling once they found out who the president was. That's what I think, right? They probably cycled out of this and cycled into something else. What is this? This company. How are you at a 52-week low? You're at the high. Is this... Did I click the wrong thing? Nah. Actually, wait a second. I think I did click the wrong thing. Nah, yeah. So these are the cheap companies. Let's go with the cheap companies first. There's a lot more money to be made here. Check positions. RH operates as a holding company which operates the business through its subsidiary. No, thank you for that, Sarah. You just explained it better. Because usually that's what these companies are when they're that cheap. When they're around $10 to $15 to... But then again, $100 and something, that's a lot of money, you know? I used to buy blank check companies when I first started trading. And what I would do is I would buy a blank check company that's around $10. Because what a blank check company is, it's basically it's a publicly traded stock, right? And they're waiting to merge with somebody. When they merge with somebody, that's when they have more value, more opportunity, more this, more that. Until then, Sometimes people just straight up buy these blank check companies. They throw in like $1,000 into that at $10. That company, let's just say, merges with a very important name, and then boom, within a week, now you're at $70 to $80, which means you just went from 1,000 to 8,000 in one trade. So those are the trades that really oftentimes offer the biggest gain. And yeah, it's all like usually news plays. You could just follow with the news, you know? Okay, let's look at the next company. You said check positions as well. Let me see. SPACs, yep. So blank check companies or SPACs, they're pretty much the same thing. They might be a little different. Maybe I shouldn't say they're the same thing. They're probably a little bit different. That's the reason why their names are different. But I basically think of them as the same thing. That's how I used to trade in before, at least, in terms of those cheap companies. But when it's $100, that's not really a blank check company to me. Even though it might still be one, they might still have the title as one. Maybe they're still going to merge with somebody, but yeah, it's just too much money. Let's look for something that's a little bit bigger in terms of the market cap. Bigger market cap. Let's see. Let's go to 0.5 billion. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be like 500 million, right? Okay, so now we're at stocks. They are $500 million in terms of their market cap or higher. Technical signals. What the hell is this? MACD technical signal. What is this? So they give you technical signals with the screener? Well, you know what I want to check real quick? Option screener. Oh, this is nice. Look at this, everybody. Wait a second. Look at this. Days to expire. So I would be like, all right, give me something that's 16 days to expire all the way to 255. Or actually, nah. All the way to 30 days on the expiration. Volume, I want the volume to be around 5,000. 5,000 to 100,000. Let's go track down the biggest options. And then open interest. I want the open interest to... I mean, volume doesn't have to be a lot, actually. We could lower the volume, honestly. So we could lower the volume a little bit. Let's lower the volume and put it to just like 10,000. Open interest. I want the open interest at 5K. So I'll be like, all right, 2K to 2,000 to like 7,000, basically. 2K to 7K. Delta, we don't really care about this, honestly. But we could put a higher delta, but then again, it's what the delta does is it's telling you how close you are to the strike price. Like you see how it says minus 0.3 and then it says positive 0.3. What they're basically doing right now is they're showing you the options that are above the strike price and below it on the options board. So it's just a little bit above, a little bit below. Click save. Name, we'll just say G. And then first thing I want to do is let's go ahead and put in volume. Let's see what has the most volume right now. NVIDIA puts for July 11th. So somebody's buying 9,000 volume right now. You have NVIDIA puts, you have a Tesla call, open interest, 2,000 to 7,000. You know what I want to do? I want to edit this. Open interest, I want to put it 2,000 to like 50,000. Now let's see it. There we go. Look at this. Okay, so HYG. What is that? HYG. What is this company? I think I heard of that before. HYG. What in the world is this? $81. You have 50,000 open interest in this, and you don't have a single bit of volume for today. So somebody's still holding this for the past couple days, and he probably bought it right here. Yeah, that lunatic probably bought it at the bottom. That's an excellent trade right there, whoever bought that. HYG. Look at that. His strike price is 81, so he's already massively in the money. And he has till July 11th. Nah, yeah, he's sitting nice right now. He or she is sitting real nice. The VIX, you got a bunch of VIX options. A lot of volume in the calls right here. Which, of course, if the VIX goes up, what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? That means the SPY will go down. The VIX is opposite to the SPY. So eventually, you're just going to make yourself bored looking at all this information and stuff. So I wouldn't stay looking at all that stuff. Just look at it for a little bit. Look at some of the companies. Find some other names. Sometimes when you go through methods of finding names through screeners, it's so boring that you just don't want to do it no more. So again, just make sure you take your time with it. The Euro trade's going right. Let's check the SPY trades here. Actually, no, we're not in any SPY trades right now. I do want to check Intel, though. CRCL, again, it ran above that halfway point, and you're staying stuck on top of it. So we're going to give this still a little bit more in terms of an opportunity. There's no reason to rush it right now. All right, let's go to Intel. INTC. Go, 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 go. That's what I like to see. Oh, my God. Wait a second. How much are we up right now? Oh, my goodness. By the way, the Tesla trade, we're up a lot right now. I'm about to sell it. So, again, I'm about to sell the Tesla trade here. I'm trying to look for my Tesla chart. There it is. All right, everybody. I'm going to start to sell my Tesla trade again. I'm selling everything out. I have 164 options. Go, 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 go. I like a nice $10,000 check. With that being stated, with that being said, are we number one yet? I'm just playing. Of course not. We got to get maybe like 34, 35 more plays with that type of a gain. And we'll probably be up there. The Intel contracts are up 5,000. Tesla's up 10,000. Baba, we're still waiting for it. So far, we haven't taken a single loss yet besides the current the current amount we're down with on MSTR. So again, we have not taken a loss at all. 0 losses so far. And we've traded like 30 times a day. So this is getting fun now. Did I sell out of all my Tesla positions? Almost. I'm almost gone from it. How much capital do I have? 40,000 we could use now. Let's go trade something else now. Right back into it, everybody. Right back into it. Let's go look at Unity now. Actually, you know what? Let's look at a whole different sector. I'm getting bored trading the same names. How about space? How's space doing? RDW? I think I just looked at it. I think I'm down still like 100,000 on this. Where's RDW? There it is. Yeah. So we bought down here yesterday. We were up, I think like 200,000, 250,000. We didn't sell out. We wanted to test this a little bit more. You're now down. How much are you down right now? I think you're down about, give me 1 second. Let me check. You are down. Right now we're down 121,000. 121,000 just from being at the same level as yesterday. That's why these options are so scary, you know? Because you only fell from 167 to 150. Still has a lot of value left, right? But being down 100K like that, no, yeah, your heart's going to be thrown around all the time. You said, what about SQQ? SQQ is the opposite to SPY. That's what people would trade. That's what I suggest to trade. However, are you going to buy SQQ right now? That's a decision you had to make. I agree that it's a good decision. It's a really good trade to trade SQQ, especially if you're thinking that SPY is going to fall. Just buy a December or January call for SQQ, and you're going to make some good money from it. Plus, it's cheaper. So if you look at your FAR contracts, 6 months out, 10 months out, you could buy a SQQ option for like December for like $20. Like I even had Danny do it before. When the market was running up, Danny hopped into some nice SQQ puts. And I'm not too sure when he sold it, but he told me they were going really well. Like within a week or two, they were up like 100, 200%. And it was like a December play. So yeah, SQQ is definitely one of my favorite names. Remember, it's to play the opposite of SPY. We're up 12,000 on that Tesla trade. Did it sell out of everything? Not yet. So I'm almost sold out of everything on Tesla. Let me show you what Tesla looks like so far so you can see what I did. Again, I started buying the puts right here. Currently, just from being from there to here, you're up $12,000. Now you're up 14,000. Just because of that extra little red right there. And then in the morning, we bought right here. We bought calls right here. We sold them out right there. Then we waited, bought the puts right there. And then now we're selling them all out. Now we're up 14,000 again. We have 60 options left to sell. So come on, Tesla, sell it. Please sell it. Get me out of here. All right, so let's just leave this on the side now. Again, we just made an easy 14,000 with Tesla right there. So we're just going to give it a second, let it breathe. We're not going to trade Tesla no more until maybe like 3, maybe like 2, right before FOMC. That should be fun. So let's do it. That should be really interesting, actually. Euro stuck. SPY is... What is SPY doing? Let's go to our other SPY chart real quick. Boom. All right, SPY still falling to number 1. So when SPY hits 598, just like we told everybody in the morning when we first was going short at the top, we told everybody we want to see the market pull down to 598. So once you do that, you could start buying calls here. Make sure it's a couple days out because if it's a 0 day, you're going to lose everything by the time FOMC begins. And if you haven't made good money this week, you have to message me. You had to text me. You had to privately message me. And we had to break down the reason as to why it was just a little slow for you and why others had the complete opposite in terms of profit or gains or experience. Remember, you don't always have to make money. What you should start factoring in is the knowledge and the abilities that you've now, grown. You got to pay attention to that. Meaning, have you became better or are you still the same person who knows nothing about what you're doing right now? As long as you're proving a little bit, you know what I mean? And you could be grateful for that. I think you'll keep improving nonstop. It doesn't stop, You just got to make sure you look at your own self and you start caring about yourself. Which I guess is easily said than done, but you all understand where I'm coming from. All right, so for SPY, you're at a purple zone right now. You might run up here. This was the same level we went long yesterday. Order rejected. I'm not too sure why it says that. I didn't try to buy nothing. Did I try to buy something? I don't think so. Did I? No, I don't think so. You see how the SPY is holding right here on my zone? See how it perfectly hits the middle of the zone? That dotted line right there? It's just a pattern I've noticed. Not trying to make myself seem better, right? It's just a pattern I've noticed. Put it on the chart. Play with it robotically. And it just keeps working out. It just works out, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anything else you guys want to look at before we take a little break here? Any companies you guys want to look at? Let me know. Come on, Tesla. Did you sell? Yeah, we're out of the Tesla option now. So total for Tesla, we made another 22,000. So we're averaging about 22,000 a day just trading Tesla. First little trade, then a second trade, little baby trade. Nothing too crazy, nothing too insane. Not too much. I mean, it is a lot of capital. Let's not say it's not a lot of capital, but we're in and out, in and out, in and out. Let's go ahead and check our other account. We're still up 9% on the Intel play. I want to sell this thing for 100%, which means we need to run up to about 22 flat, and I could sell this for 100%. Target. Let's see what Target's doing. Let's look at Target, everybody. So for Target, nice and easy. If you guys want to buy Target, again, all you got to do is buy something for 95, somewhere around like $95, and then buy like $100 strike price. I currently have 135 because I want to see if this is going to run to here and then to this line here, which is about the midpoint. So again, everybody, I want to see if the market can run up to here, and then I'm going to sell out of my Target play. I bought it down here. It fell because of March. It started falling because of 2021. You stopped falling in October of 2023, which was when the whole entire stock market started running up again. And then you peaked again in March, which is kind of funny. You then fell out the sky, and it stopped falling in April, which means if you look at the last little bit of consolidation right there at the bottom, it was there for like a month or two before it just exploded to the upside. So that's all I want right here. It's the same reaction as this, but smaller. Make sense? So I'm just playing for like somewhere over here, basically. Just smaller than this run up. That's it. That's all I want. So it's probably going to hit like 135, 115, somewhere around there, if I had to say. For Palantir, we're short on Palantir at the top. I want to see if Palantir has the potential to break down to 125, which is where my options are at, I think. They're either at 125 or at 100. We'll check it in a second. It's not really too much of a worry right now or too much of a concern, so we're just going to leave it. Airbnb is at the floor as well. We'll see if we can do something with this. Of course, not right now. Probably tomorrow, if not the next couple days. But yeah, we'll see what we can do with that. What's the next company? We have Ulta, which is that makeup company, I think it's called. Okay. Alrighty. So Ulta ran from down here to up here. Looks like you might be peaking here. You could definitely have another high. I could definitely see Ulta pulling right back down to, what number is this? 430. 430. CR CoreWeave. CoreWeave is now making a new high. Guys, we may have a problem, everybody. We may, in fact, have a problem. I don't think I killed that spider. The spider is no longer there. I'm telling ya, he had like armor plates and everything. That's not a normal spider. He probably could take 50 tons of pressure or something. If you guys see me just randomly pass out, it's probably because of the spider. He's gonna bite me, watch. You know, one time I got bitten, like a month ago, or probably like 3 months ago. 3 months ago, and it had my foot was like swollen for like 3 weeks. Maybe a little bit too much information, but it's okay. Just don't get bit by spiders, everybody. I thought I was getting powers. I was not. What time is it? 12:38. We still got another hour and a half before FOMC starts, so we're not going to rush nothing. We're just going to play it real nice and slow. For the Intel option, all of our Intel options are up right now, so as long as you are up, you could take your gain right now. So if you're up 20, 30, 40%, what I would do is, listen, if you have no idea what you're doing, just sell it. Take the gain, run with it. I'll give you another play. If you're not profitable on it, just wait till tomorrow. I think I'm profitable on my Intel right now, like 10%, 12%, but I want something a little bit more than that. So we're going to be a little dangerous with it. Let's go check Intel real quick. The only problem with Intel is like the value dries up very quickly when there's no more people buying it. So you just have to worry about that. But like I said, if it's up, if it's at a profit, you could sell it. However, if you have enough days and if you have enough time, like I have another 9 days, I think now, because we bought it yesterday. So we have another 9 days of time left, and we just need this to run up into 22. So I would say, yeah, just give it a second. I wouldn't rush out of it this time because we got some profit yesterday from it. So we could take it a little bit slower than normal. For the Tesla trade, looks like, again, you're still coming right back down here. We already sold everything out. Do you think I'm going to say I wish I held it? I wish I would have made more money? Do you think I'm going to say I wish I did this? Or no, you're never going to hear me say that. Doesn't matter if I sell out and the market drops. I mean, imagine the market drops like $100. All right, for like a day like that, of course, because of how rare it is, you're gonna be mad. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You're gonna get tight, of course, because you probably would have made some life-changing amount of money. But then again, it was no business making that money in the first place, which is why you sold it out. Everything happens for a reason. If it was supposed to happen to you, it was gonna happen. If the universe decided to make you sell that option, and then you got to stare at it going your way and doing everything you said, it's because you're not listening. You're not doing your notes. You're not doing what you're supposed to. You're double backing on yourself, and it's a pattern. People kind of consistently do that pattern of double backing on themselves, and you should never do that, honestly. That's what I'm saying. Just make your decision and run with it. That's why for Intel right now, my decision that I'm making for everybody to do, or making for everybody to have, in terms of the future, is just hold it. Wait a second. Let this thing run for a second. We could still hold it for like till Friday, if anything. And then if we spot another trade that we can hop into, we're just going to take the money from it and then throw the money into that. But if we don't spot another trade, we're not going to rush it. We're just going to give it a second. RDW, ASTS, this space company. Oh my God. ASTS, is this completely in space or is this telecommunications? Telecommunications engages in the building of broadband of cellular networks in space, so it's kind of a space company. But it's kind of like, why does this remind me of that other company I just made charts on that we looked at? Maybe that's why the other company is running up. Looks like they're both in some type of communications or something. Their headquarters in Texas. What was the news? AST Space Mobile shares rise on partnership with Indian telecom service provider. AST Space Mobile shares rise on partnership. All right. All we gotta do is give it a week. Partnership, huh? That's so crazy how you hit the midpoint. Yeah, literally. You fell right back down to that midpoint instantly. And then you ran up. Look at that. Quarter point. Look at that. Right back to the midpoint. Right back up. Now you're past everything, going to a new high. So of course, how would I understand that this is something I could predict? Just like that. Look at how when I just copy and paste it on top of itself. Look at how that middle line right there, you see that dotted line? Look at how it matches up with the price action you're currently at right now. Look at that. Just me using random boxes like I'm playing, you know, Tetris or something. Look at that, everybody. Let's look at the next company. RTX. I think this is what, Raytheon? Is this Raytheon? I think this might be. Whatever you call them. The war company. When did they crash? 2020. I think we could probably predict their next crash. It's probably going to be in a couple months. Give it like a month or two. We could probably play puts on RTX. Again, there's a lot of wars going on right now, so maybe that's a stupid thing to do. Maybe we should probably play the continuation. But we got to make a mistake in order for us to correct our process here. Right? So it's alright if we make a mistake at first. Let's just do it. Let's just make sure we don't, you know, kill our bank accounts. Look at Tesla right there. So as you can see, everybody, that was a really good trade. You have plenty of time to get out. It was one strikeout. Smashed it out the park. We made sure to buy it later on in the day and not in the beginning of the day because the value of those contracts, they did dwindle down a little bit. So we were able to buy contracts for cheaper. Okay, so next up, our ranking is number 10 right now. So the first thing we want to do here, since our ranking is 10, is all right, everybody. So we're looking at some more companies here. I'm just going down the whole entire list. This looks really good as well. This Honeywell International. Look at the DARP and how it's applying to it. Perfectly applying to it. Look how it fell down perfectly on top of that. Like, I can't get enough of this. I really cannot get it. We could look at 3D printers, actually. NNDM, what happened to you? This was my favorite 3D printing stock. This one, Nano Dimension, and DDD. DDD was the best one at the time. Like, they literally all died. Which could mean... This damn cat is crying all the time. What do you want? We gave you food already. Imagine having a bigger cat. Imagine having a leopard. Or like a tiger or something like that. Hell no. Imagine. You know, I always wanted to have a panther. just don't know if that's yeah, you guys got to search something up whenever you get a chance. Search up the guy in the Bronx. He had a tiger inside of his apartment. And he had an alligator inside of his bathtub. You got to search it up. Actually, no, I'll search it up right now. Watch this. Look at how wild this is. How did he get that? I don't know. How did he get it in the apartment without anybody noticing? I have no idea. How is he feeding them every day? I don't know. Look. Tiger and I think it was alligator. Alligator. Look, in NYC apartment. It's the first search. How did he do this? They repelled from above. This is like a whole skit, but no, it's not a skit. But that's what that feels like. He said, "I still want my camera." This guy, this guy's crazy. All right. Anyways, FARO. FARO. What is this? Faro Technologies. This thing fell out the sky from 97 straight down to... It looks like it's at the DARP right now. Look at this. Go to the bottom. Go to the top. Almost at the DARP right now. That's probably why it's running up. It's probably going to hit this midpoint. Maybe do what it did to the left side, which is... It might even hit... If I had to pick a range, I would pick this one. This is the one that stands out to most to my eyes. Because it's like more in the middle. So I would say that you could probably run up into like 58, 60. And then maybe we could buy some puts on this. So we're going to put a couple alerts up here at the top. And then we're going to put an alert down here at the bottom. What's this company? I have no idea. TRMB. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Let's go ahead and do DARP. I'm just doing a simple DARP. Just one box. My eyes already can chop up everything else. As I'm sure yours can. Yours can as well now, right? Yours can. What did I even just say right there? Regardless. So boom. See how you run up to this point? The reason why you ran here is because it's a structure point. So if this stock does crash, it's going to fall down to here. So we could put let's put an alert down here. Maybe we could buy this like next year or something when it crashes. What about this company, PTC? Once again, box. So you still haven't hit the midpoint. Probably the reason why I stopped right there where you're at. Yeah. See how it stopped at the damn 1/4 point? That was the reason why I fell down here from the top. Go to the next company, everybody. Remember, this is all 3D printing stocks. So, honestly, I love 3D printing stocks. They're amazing. But it seems like everything is getting delisted. Look at this. DM combined with DDD. I believe they joined forces. MTLS. How about Print? Print used to be a good one. Print's not that bad. It has some value. It's still keeping itself. We could probably play this, yeah. Let's wait for this to drop to a low again. Like this low down here. And then we can buy this up. We'll buy a strike price like 2 to 3 strikes out. And then we'll buy like maybe a 6-month out option. That way it's going to happen no matter what. Remember, the way I like to trade is where it's always going to go my way. That's my favorite way to truly trade. Okay, so let's look at Print. Let's make the DARP charts real quick. Nice and easy, everybody. Real quick. Go. Just like that. All you need is one box. Don't be complicated. One box tells me, all right, this is the quarter point, so that's where you're at. Now I kind of want to do 2 boxes. No wonder you keep running up to those highs. No wonder. And then we could do another box, honestly, because it looks like you're hitting another box down here. Look at how crazy that is. That was literally right next to our alert. So, do you see how my eyes, they're now starting to perfectly pinpoint the buy before I even do all the boxes? So eventually it's going to get to a point where we'll never need to do DARP again. Because visually we'll be able to kind of tell and depict where it's at. Of course you want to draw it, right? You don't got to kind of risk it. You can draw it and then see if you're close. But that right there was phenomenal. And I hope you all saw that. Again, I put my alert of where I wanted to buy before I made the zones. I made the zones. It was perfectly at my alert, almost. I just moved it right now, so I kind of fixed it. But you get what I mean. Look at this company. Again, it's running up. We're not going to play with that one. This one's $72, and it's a printing company. So, honestly, I really like this one. $70? Yeah. And this one's $160. It's also a 3D printing company. I could be wrong, though. Let me redo the research just to make sure these are all printing companies. Because for some reason, I feel like my list got mixed up. I might have done that, though, when I was adding it. Next name, next name, next name. Let's look at, what else could we look at? Frog. I remember we had a lot of people talking about Frog before. Yep. We're going to put a buy for 31. Put an alert down here. Next company. I'm not even going to make the boxes no more. We're just going to go quick now. I would not touch this. You're at the high. I would not touch that. You're at the high. I would not touch that. You're at the high for a hack. Don't touch that. DocuSign. Wait a second. DocuSign. When does this start running up? Tax season is what I'm thinking. That's the first thing that came to my mind. So October, boom, you just ran up till November, and then you died till here. Did you do that last year as well? What about down here? When you fell, what month was this? December. So it kind of did the opposite here as to here. How about in the middle here? September, February. What I want to do here is let's do something fun. I wish I had more indicators. We got to find more interesting indicators that break apart the charts more. So if you guys want, you could look for some indicators. If you guys want to have some fun with this. We'll just look at another name. Actually, no. For some reason, this feels like a good buy. Let's wait for it to drop down to like 64. Oh, I just remembered PayPal. Wait a second. Let's skip here. Let's go to PayPal. What list am I on right now? I'm on the cloud services. Let's go to PayPal real quick. PayPal should be in... It should be down here in finance. That's where PayPal should be. It's not here. Where the hell did I put it? Banks? No. Media? Where's PayPal? Do I have it on my list? PYPL. I don't even have... Well, no, I do. Where is it? So I haven't touched these PayPal charts in a long time. These are like some of my first charts I ever made. And as you can all see, look at how insane that was. Look at that right there. We told everybody to buy down here at 50s. And look how it ran to the 70s. We also told you could buy right here at the top at 70s. That's actually the first... No. I apologize, everybody. That's incorrect. The first buy I gave you was on top of 71, so that did not work out. That did not work out. It wanted to crash through the whole entire mix of things, and it fell to the bottom of everything before you started getting bought up, which was in April 4th because of the tariff stuff. So, yeah, the tariff stuff, if it wasn't for that, you probably would have stopped at the top. Because you had that extra momentum, it just pulled it way below. So, obviously, as you see this chart, I would only tell you to buy at 61. So, everybody, put the same alerts that I have. I'm going to send it all into the Discord after I'm done with today, and I take all my notes. We're going to have literally like 100 plus companies. I'm just letting you know. So it's going to be insane. What else can we do here? What other company? Let's do Robinhood. Let's see what you're doing here. You're at the top now. You could fall. If you fall down on Robinhood, you're going to fall down to 65. But I don't like playing these plays. When it's at the high, I do not like it. We still have to learn it. So I'm not going to learn it live with everybody here. That's something that I'm going to do privately. But yes, if I'm being honest with you all, it's much easier for me to be bullish and for me to play the upside, look for something oversold, than it is for me to micromanage the downside. Puts are always harder. Puts are always harder. 100%. That's why you have to understand how you can get into them easily every time, so you're not rushing it, or you're not just like, wow, like I got into a call last week, it went up to this amount. When I got my put, it fell down the same amount, but I'm not making the same amount. So at least now you can kind of understand the flow and the momentum. Remember, for Intel, the Intel options, because you're still holding right now, they're retaining their value. If you fall any more, these options are just going to continue to lose their value the rest of the day. But again, we're not holding just to sell it today. We're holding for tomorrow. That's the goal here. We want to see how much the Intel options are going to be up tomorrow. The AMD puts are down, by the way. We put 13,000 into that. We were up 3,000 yesterday. Right now we're down about 2,000. And again, this is for AMD. What other companies could we get? I think we're in like 50 companies right now. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know how much trades we're doing right now. Is everybody having fun though? How we doing back there? What are you guys thinking about? What is everybody doing, huh? All right, so CRCO. SMCI looks like it's waking up a little bit here. You all saw that, right? It went from 44 to 45. You might be now blasting up into a new high. Yeah, look at SMCI. This could be something cool here. All right, everybody, we're going to start paper trading futures as well now. So again, I'm going to open up $100,000 paper trade account for futures, and we're going to trade gold now. So let's go look at the gold chart. Now we have our hands in everything. We have our hands in crypto, we have our hands in the stock market, we have our hands in forex. We're literally trading all markets at the same time right now. So let's go ahead and go into the gold chart. I have no idea where I put it. Where did I put you? There you are. Nope. It should be under futures. I think it's supposed to be here. Can you stop eating the desk? Stop. No, this is not it. So let's go over here. Let's go to here. Let's go to here. Let's open up all of our charts. Where is futures? Futures, there you are. All right, everybody, we're gonna trade gold now. This is what the gold chart looks like. Of course, you already know the style of trading I have on top. I don't think we need to refer to it anymore. It is the DARP. You are running up to 3,400. Let's see if I could be right about this first try. Let's see. Let's test ourselves a little bit. So I'm going to fix this a tiny bit here. What happened? You're such a troublemaker. You know that, right? Just sit there and stop moving. Stop eating the desk. No. Now you can't look that way. She got off of me. I got her mad. All right, so look, gold is right here. It just hit the midpoint a couple days ago. Now you're right back at the top point. This does look like you might just rinse and repeat the same trends you've been doing, right? So you see how you hit the top, back to the mid, quarter point, mid, top, mid, or quarter point, then top, quarter point, half of the top and the quarter point right there, falls down into the mid, right back up to the quarter point, back up to the top, back down to the mid, and you're falling now. So you might want to fall down to the mid again. So I would say the first thing we could do here is let's go short. Let's go short on gold. Maybe it's a stupid idea because today is the FOMC. I could definitely see how you could run up here. I could see how the gold, like you see how you did it here? How it launched up like that? I could see something like that here too. If it really wants to be annoying. Because that would mean that it's staircasing, right? Remember how it was down here? Now it's at the middle. Now it's at the quarter. So it kind of needs to break out now. So yeah, let's enter into a fun trade here. Let's do gold. What is the ticker? GC1. Well, let's just do GC. Let's paper trade this. We're going to sell it. I'm going to buy 20 contracts. It's going to cost $99,000. I'm putting the whole entire 100K into it. Let it get filled. All right, we're filled now. Alrighty, so now we'll leave this alone. We'll come back to this later on. How's our other account? Let's check it. 303. How's this one? Still at 1 million. And this one is how much? The Intel is still up only 11%. Let's look at Intel one more time, everybody. One more time. Why did you just pull? You almost just cracked my damn phone. Stop pulling wires. This Intel is moving real nicely, honestly. I want to see. Go to quotes. Also, that's something we need to remember. We bought the Intel really early yesterday, and we could have bought it towards the end of the day when the value died, which is an idea that we had. We just didn't follow through it. So because we didn't follow through on that idea last time, what I think we should do for Intel here is wait for tomorrow. Once we sell out a display, whenever we try to buy a call again for Intel, we're going to make sure that that same day, that same hour, the market wasn't running up so that we can get a good fill, you know? That's kind of what we want to do here. We just want to buy at a really good time, get a good fill, and that's all. All right. So we got this trade on the board. We got those trades on the board. We got Intel on the board still. We could trade some other semiconductor names. SOXS. UMC. UMC. Himix. HP. On. Oh my god, look at SMCI. Look at that. It just ran up $2. It's not a lot of money, I know, but that jump right there, you're breaking out definitely. Definitely breaking out of this previous trend here. So we'll see if this takes you up into a higher high. If it does not, this trend is going to take you right back into a new low. So you could buy puts for SMCI right now because they're going to be really cheap for like $38 for like maybe like 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out. It's not a bad idea. That's a pretty good idea. Looking at Marvel. Astrolabs. 119 from 92. We already went over that. MU. What's going on up here? I love how we had that box up there. Yep. We could go short on MU, but let's not do something too preemptive yet. Let's leave MU alone. Any other companies you ladies and gentlemen want to trade? All the semiconductors are in the sky pretty much now. Newegg. This looks like it might have a good buy. But then again, it's only 60 cents. Absolutely no. You're banned from trading stuff under $1. It's too much. The only time I would suggest trading a stock that's under $1 is metals, like uranium, or what else is cheap? I think uranium is like the only thing that's like around $2. I could be wrong though, but uranium is like my favorite stock to trade. If I'm just trying to put only, like let's say if I'm trying to buy shares, I'll put like $1,000 into a stock that's like only 80 cents. I'll literally get like 1,000 shares of it, and then I'll sell it for like $1.20, $1.10, and that right there is still gonna equal a really good gain, 30-40%. SoFi is running up nicely here. We'll leave it alone. We're not gonna touch that right now. Mara, that's so crazy. Look where the market fell. Look where it says silos low. I wasn't paying attention to this, but this is because of the tariff stuff. That's crazy how you hit my low though. And the only reason why I had that as my low was because look at the left side and look at what I drew. So I said if the market was going to go down lower, it was going to go towards this lower point and then go straight down towards this bottom point around like 9, 10, all the way down to 3 potentially. And it's just using the left side. You bring it to the right side, ladies and gentlemen, and look at that. You could also bring this one, I guess. You see how perfect that is? Perfect touches. So yeah, everything is following what we think. Nothing has really changed too much. Coinbase, oh my god. Wow. That's what I wanted you to do, MSTR. You little shit. It might still do it. The trends that they both have look very similar to each other. Give me a sec. I gotta flip you around. You gotta go that way. No, yeah, so MSTR could still perform the same trend as Coinbase now that I'm thinking about it. They look very similar. Which means maybe we can go short on Coinbase right now. I honestly don't want to trade crypto because of MSTR. I'd rather me just wait before putting more capital down into the crypto stuff. But this is not a bad point for puts. After all, as you can all see, my arrow says this area right here is going to be your first out, which is at 282. Your next out is at 308. So let's look at some of the plays here. Let's see what we could do. Maybe we can micromanage something real quick. Coinbase. How could you do this to me? How could you leave me? Alright, so I think Coinbase should fall to... Coinbase should be able to fall to around 200. So what I would do is I would buy a put 156 days out for... Damn, there's so much money. We gotta try to do this right. These options, it never changes. No matter if it's 2021, 2022, these damn crypto options, they're always elevated. They wait for like a random ass week or a random day, and then they drop in value, and then whoever's in, whoever had their limits to buy it at those prices would buy. So like what I would do with crypto is I would basically have my options to buy it on the board every single day. Meaning I would basically have it so that it's good till it cancels, basically, or good till it fills. Like it just does not cancel itself out unless I cancel it. And then what I would do is I would look for the strike prices that I know the market's going to fall down to, and I would always play the closest one. As long as you play the closest one, you should be straight no matter what. You're not going to take a loss. It's literally impossible, because the way we take our wins here is we take our wins with the consolidation that always happens at every significant level. It always does. Sometimes, of course, you can have more pressure. I agree. You can have those one-off scenarios. You always can, obviously. But there's a certain norm. There's a certain thing that's regular. And as long as we can always trade that without putting too much thought or work into it, because you don't need to do all that. You really don't. You just got to wait for something to be at a good point. Buy it. Buy the puts up here, sell it when it goes down towards this line again, or sell it, you know, what if it falls from like 282, 288, and it falls straight down to like 275? Yeah, you could just sell it. That's it. You're gone. You're done. You have your gain. You're good. Most people, when they keep waiting and waiting and waiting for something more and more and more, they never even understand how much it can go up in the first place. So that's why I always tell you guys, whenever you had a good gain, just sell it. I'm telling you, just sell it so you can build your experience, which allows you to actually keep the option. Because if I'm just looking at stuff surface level, which of course, you know, doesn't really mean surface level. It really does mean a deep layer of thought. However, let's just say we, you know, think about it surface level. I'm going to tell you stuff exactly how the DARP tells me, you know. So I'm just going to relay what the DARP tells me, and I'm going to tell you that. Like, for instance, we don't have DARP on Coinbase, right? Well, if I do it right now, look at how crazy this is. Let's go do DARP on Coinbase real quick. There you go. Ah, my foot. I just hit a damn pole. Okay, so you see how Coinbase fell down here? It was at 232. That's the midpoint. And look how it launches up into the sky. Why did it do that? Because it was at the midpoint. You see how it slowly just... and then boom. It only does that right there. So this might want to run up higher. I could definitely see Coinbase running up to like 320. That's why I'm just like, you know what? Maybe we just take a step back for a second here. Let's not touch this right now. Let's let the momentum die. Tomorrow we'll kind of come back into the picture here and see what we could do. Anything else we could do? Oh, we're in the gold trade. I just remembered that. Let's go look at our gold trade. How's it doing? Is it doing bad? It actually didn't fill us. I thought I filled. Now I filled it. I think it's because I had a limit price instead of a market order. Alright, so now we're in the gold. Coinbase is starting to get sold off a little bit there. You saw that, right? Crazy, you're at 292 already. Let's look at this a little bit deeper. Maybe we might paper trade this with this account over here. Let's go over here. How much money do I have here? There's no money here. Alright. Alright. How about over here? Yes. trade. Let's go to Coinbase options. Click yes. Before I click buy, the one thing I do want to do is check where Bitcoin's at. Oh my God, Bitcoin didn't even run up again. Oh shit. Because if Bitcoin runs up now, I don't think Coinbase is gonna catch up to it. Of course, meaning I think the run Coinbase has right now is probably gonna dissipate by the time Bitcoin is ready to run up. But Bitcoin should be ready to run up to 114,000 again. That's the only problem. Yeah, so I think that this is... I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So we're going to skip Coinbase. I don't like this. We're going to wait for Bitcoin to be up here, then we're going to buy the puts on Coinbase. As long as Bitcoin's somewhere up here, we'll wait. Because remember, our main entry is not to play puts on Coinbase right now. It's for 6 months out. Right now, we're just trying to gain a little something something. That's why I'm playing calls on MSTR. Okay, but next time we're going to play Coinbase 100% instead of MSTR. That's the first thing I would say. So again, we're not going to trade this. We're going to leave it alone. What else can we do here? Tesla's right back at this point. Look how it perfectly runs to the midpoint again. And it falls right back down. Intel. Come on, Intel. Make me proud. If you love everybody here, you'll hit $25. Looks like we got some people already losing their positions here. Again, FOMC is going to be in an hour. Or not? No, wait, no, only 40 minutes. So yeah, we only got 40 minutes left, everybody. Get ready for the SPY trades. I'm going to have everybody most likely hop into puts. So just make sure you're prepared. What put do I suggest you hop into? Let's go look at them. Let's go to SPY. Let's look at what we have in terms of the options board. Let's see. 0 days, how the puts. 0 day puts for 590 cost $15. You have, look at that volume. That volume's insane today. For the put side. And for the call side. They're both insane. A 595 put? That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's a really good idea. We could fill the rest of this gap down here. We could probably fall to 596, 597. 597. How much you cost? You cost $70 today. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to trade something for 70? You guys want to trade something for 30? You tell me the price you want to play with. And then we'll trade it. We'll see what everybody has in terms of capital first. This looks like a really awesome setup to continue crashing here. Not gonna lie to you. Look at that. Remember, everybody, the puts for the 0 days, they cost $20, $30, $40, $50. Close to the money, it is expensive, but you don't have to buy that close. If I'm being real with you, I would go with a 5 day. I don't like trading 0 days. If I'm being honest with everybody here. I would always go with a 5 day play. That way, if this messes up right now, so be it. At least I'm not going to have nothing by the end of the day, you know? Alright, everybody, I just went long again. All right, everybody. I just got outside of that the SPY trade. I just sold it for 32,000. Again, we were down 80,000 on that. It fell to this next reversal point, but then it came right back up to my reversal point, and 32,000 is a lot of money. So I sold it and I ran for the hills. Maybe I'll get into another trade here. Maybe it's going to go up more. Maybe I'll be up another 60, 70, 100,000, but that has nothing to do with me. I'm already out of it. That was all I wanted to play. The next thing we could do here is wait for another opportunity on number 5. If not, see if it passes above number 2, which is 599, and then we can continue to go long here. For now, we're just going to take a step back. And the next thing I think I want you all doing here is waiting for me to give you your next play at 2 o'clock. Remember, news is coming out in a couple minutes here. For some reason, I don't know why, but I feel like the market's going to run up. I have no clue why. I want to play the downside. That's my direction. But I feel as if this news might just hit the wire as something really good. But we'll have to see. This really does look like December. And remember what happened in December, right? Everybody looking at my chart? Remember, this is what SPY did in December. Don't forget it. When SPY had FOMC, on FOMC day, look how much you dropped. That means you would have turned $10 into like $1,000 right there. If you just played put, if you just straddled it and played both directions at the same time, you would have been straight. You would have been fine. You would have been extremely profitable. And that's pretty much it. And then the next day we went long down here and had a whole entire $15 run up to the midpoint. By the way, that was the reason why we played that, was because it was at the midpoint of this top and this bottom. Or that first bottom right there. So, again, I think the market's going to fall out the sky because you're literally at the same level. Look at this. That's 604. When I go to the right, look at where you're at right now. You're at the same level. So, you might want to do what you did last time, but it would kind of be funny if you did the opposite reaction. Like, imagine it flips up massively green. Nobody's going to be expecting that. At least that's what I think right now. That's also why I went long right there on number 1. Because I was willing for this to go down a little bit, for the idea that this was going to flip up no matter what. And that was the reality. It flipped up no matter what. You did hit the other one, number 1 down here, so that was pretty much a better play if you would have bought off the second one. There's going to be no rate change, so they're going to most likely pause it again. If they change rates, I'm just letting you know, they're going to break the market. If they cut by 20%, 25%, again, I'm just letting everybody know, they're going to break the market. The reason why is because the market's only going up because interest rates are high. Once they kill the interest rates, everything else is going to start to hit the economy, and eventually the stock market's going to crash. Once interest rates are done. Until then, I think what we should do here is just be patient. There's nothing to rush. If you guys got some calls, good job. If you're still holding them, just wait for FOMC to come out. Hopefully, fingers crossed, you can get a nice jump to 605, 604. That's really what I want here. I want the trends to kind of break a little bit. So yeah, 605, 604, that's the goal. I'm thinking the market's going to fall out the sky because it looks like last year. It looks like December. However, I kind of want to dabble with some calls right now. So I want to keep playing with the call side, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. If it goes below 599, let me show you the supply and demand zone. So what you could do is, when FOMC comes out, when the news is about to come out, I'm going to have you all watching this screen here. So everybody's going to be messing with my supply and demand zone screen. And the way I want you trading with this is very simple. As long as this gets above this yellow, you can continue to buy calls. Got that, everybody? If it does not get above the yellow for right now, just go very light. And again, don't rush it. That was a beautiful trade right there. So it looks like we were right about the market picking up here. If you're up on your calls, everybody, just make sure you take a nice little stop loss and cut it out. Other than that, we're going to now go into the private. Let's see. Let's go start the private live stream here. I gotta post this to Patreon before it hits 150. So everybody's prepared. No, yeah. But again, if they cut rates, I'm just letting you know the market's gonna break. I'm just letting every single one of you know. If they cut rates, this market's gonna break. So the first thing you should do is lock in some puts for the downside. If they actually do cut rates. So if they cut rates, you already know starting from right now, I want you locking in a put. I would lock it in for Friday, if not for Monday, just so you can deal with that extra. But then again, we've been down the last week, so you might not want to do that. It's kind of stupid. I would say let's just wait for Friday. Let's wait for Friday. Let's wait for Monday. Let's not rush this market. Because again, you only get this news report every month to every 2 months. This is not something you play with. This is not something you rush. You gotta be a grown-up. Gotta make sure you handle this perfectly and logically. So, as long as we do this, I know we'll be fine in terms of playing the downside. We already know the levels. We know how to use logic, obviously. So, we know that if we're going to buy something, it has to be either 0 day to 3 days out. It's probably what I would suggest instead. Go very light. Don't put too much capital down. You don't need to put down a lot of capital to make a lot of money. You got to start learning how to put only 50 to 100 in, and you're making 2, 3, 400. Of course, in the beginning, you're not going to be making that much. You would probably put in $10 and make like 40 or 50. And as long as you're all making $40 or $50 per day, wonderful. But the one thing I had to ask you guys is, when we hit that fourth reversal point, and I got the puts up top, right? How many people bought puts with me? If I had to ask. Depending on how many people that bought the puts, what we're going to do is we're going to cut the live stream out, and then I'm just going to talk to you guys personally. Because if I'm speaking like this in terms of a crowd, and more than half of you did not get into those trades at the top right there, whether or not it was a $10 trade, or I don't really care. You just had to have gotten into that fourth reversal point trade because it's been working nonstop this whole entire week. So let me see what you guys are thinking. Let me see what you guys are saying. Let's see it. Surprise me, please. Remember, I haven't mentioned this in over a week. Because I wasn't trying to be too annoying, honestly. And don't worry, a paper trade does suffice. If you got into a paper trade, that's good enough for me. If you didn't get into any trades at number 4, and the rules are on my screen, now just, you already know. I don't gotta say nothing. Rules are on the screen, and nobody entered, that's gonna be a problem. You bought them. My only issue was I cut out early for work. I see I had to let the trend happen. It's not always going to drop as fast as it ran up. No, yeah, of course. Of course, honestly. That's usually how it is, though. But then again, you're going to have a 5-day play. So if you had a 5-day play on that, you would just hold it to number 1 the next day. Take, for example, yesterday. Up here, you hit the fourth reversal point, or 5 and you hit somewhere around 5 and 6, I think. Let me go to the other page to actually show you. So this day up here, you hit the 4th and 5th reversal point. So when you fell out the sky, you basically fell down to number 2. But then if you look at it, the next day you hit the previous day's number one. So you could have just sold it then. Let's go back to yesterday or the day before yesterday. Let's go to this day right here and let's see what happened. Let's copy this over because we didn't use this yesterday. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, before the market started running up, before it started falling down larger, when it fell down to number 4, could have you bought in a call down here yesterday and then just held it to number 1 the next day? That's where it opened up at, right? Obviously, it's very close. It's like only $1 or $2 off, but that's what I'm referring to. Oh, no, yeah, if you're playing 0 days, that's... Nah, yeah. You're not really going to improve like that, man. Unless your account is really small. But I don't think your account is small, Meech. I think at this point, we need to scale your account. So, whenever you get a chance, just make sure you call me today. Whenever you get a chance, you don't have to ask me, don't text me beforehand. Just literally pick up the phone and call me. You're not bothering me, trust me. And we need to make sure you're getting into these entries. Because these entries are the entries that make sure that you can make $4,000 or $5,000 a month. And then whatever entries that I give you that's extra, that's supposed to take you to that next level, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. But if there's nothing being made on your part from your own mind and your own abilities, you're not going to be able to survive. Because I'm not going to be able to help you all the time. It's impossible. I'm going to be talking to somebody else or doing too much, or you're not going to hear that I got into a certain play, or you know what I mean? So at least now there's no excuses. Now you can have your alerts. You can have your ideas. So let's just say today, right? You opened up at 5, whatever it was, 98. Because you know where number 4 is on the reversal points. You know, all right, if it runs to 601, I'm going to buy a put at 601, which means I should get a 598 put. In the morning, of course, because 598 was in the money, it would have been very expensive. But the idea is that if it runs to the 4th reversal point, if it runs there to the upside first, those 598 puts, they definitely did drop in value. So what you could have done is, let's just say the 598 costs 200 here. Up here is only going to cost like 120. So you could have automatically, at 9:30, knew to buy puts up here and had a stop loss to sell out before you even looked at it while you're still working the whole entire time. You don't got to stare at the charts at all. It's kind of like, what do you call it? You're just going to overstimulate yourself if you're looking at charts all day. 100%. You're going to get fed up. You're not going to want to do this. You're going to, not have any energy. You're going to... And that's not the sound of somebody who wants to win, So let's not put you in a position where you're overstimulating yourself, because I always want you all to win every single day. So let's say what you said, Meech. You said hard-headed. I know it. All right, perfect. No, yeah, that's just emotion, though. You haven't killed the emotion yet. Which is fine. Well, I wish we'll do it together, honestly. Don't even worry about it. Now we know what the issue is. Now we know how to improve you. Is there anybody else that did not get into those trades? Culinary? Excellent. Fish? Maybe my 4th reversal point moved. Regardless if your 4th reversal point moved, it doesn't really matter, Fish. I bought before it hit number 4. There's no need to overthink it. It's did you get in or did you not? Because remember, I got into the trade at the same time, so there's no excuses. And it was on the screen. It was on TradingView. Yeah. Let me see what you guys are thinking. Let me see it. And again, I'm not trying to be hard on you guys. Don't feel bad or nothing like that. Remember, we're trying to be number 1. And emotions don't work with being number 1. It's just not going to work. No trades today, Sherman? Got it. So we'll make sure that tomorrow or today, whenever you have time, Sherman, I want you to call me and I want you to talk to me so I can start setting you up for some trades and setting you up for some ideas whenever you get a chance. Let's check the notes. Let's see. Are you guys doing your notes today? We had Will, we had Fish, Yesterday we had Johan. All right, all right, all right. You guys doing it late at night so you don't have to do it in the morning. That's fine. And we had culinary. We only had 4 people. Wait, is that the same person twice?